Oh. Well.
It's a shitty coincidence.
Isabella, this is...
Don't call me Isabella.
This is really... It's frustrating. I'm sure you're frustrated too. You feel better. We have a better understanding of why you did what you did. Maybe somewhere down the line, God would find a way to forgive you. I don't know if you're moving on.
Nightbot.
My God,
Welcome to my channel.
Your God might.
Kata.
All I know, who knows?
Welcome to my channel. Aerovera.
Listening to me?
Yeah,
Welcome to my channel. Alicidra. Welcome to my channel. Stream Elements.
Well.
You are. Okay.
Did you stab your mom?
Where was girl is whatever?
That's not what I asked. You say you didn't murder. You keep saying you didn't murder anybody. Did you stab your mom?
No.
This is the first instance where Isabella is asked if she stabbed her mom, and her response is telling. It's also a response that will change later in the interrogation. We see Isabella engage in grooming behaviors, such as brushing her hair and face multiple times, and then we see her do an anchor point movement and shift her leg. Rather than being crossed, her leg is now at a 90-degree angle where it's become a barrier between her and the detectives. She also rubs her mouth, creating a cluster of nonverbal behaviors which indicate that she has increasing anxiety. When directly asked if she stabbed her mom, she delays answering before saying something unrelated.
You didn't take a knife and stab your mom last night?
No.
So the knife that we found is not going to have your fingerprints and your DNA on it?
No, we're not. She may look like me, but
No.
there's nothing else.
I think it's probably going to.
You can think whatever you like. Test don't lie.
Once again, they're using words like I think and probably. They don't even sound sure or confident when trying to refute her lies.
Hey, you're exactly right. The test is not a lie.
I'm waiting for you to test it.
The parking garage that you were in?
Ella.
You were caught? Were you arrested?
Welcome to my channel.
The knife's in there.
Okay.
How do you explain that?
I walked through a parking garage where a knife was in.
Isabella, do you understand?
Stop calling me Isabella. God damn it.
Understand DNA evidence?
Yeah,
You read
I know what
papers,
it
watch the
is.
news, you know what it is?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to do it right now so I can go.
Explain to me what your interpretation of DNA evidence is. What do you think it means?
Does anyone have like a different DNA?
Okay. Specific to each individual. So what do you think's going to happen when we take a sample of your DNA and we compare it to the knife that we found? Your DNA is going to be on it.
The DNA will not match.
So your DNA is going to be on. That's going to prove that you
The
have
DNA
the
will
knife.
not match.
And those cuts on your hand.
I told you how all this happened to me.
So you obviously bled.
Oh,
We're going to
in my house in Ohio?
analyze the blood that you left. You understand? We're going to be able to type that blood back to you.
No, not your house in Ohio. The bathroom at your house where you killed your mom.
After the discussion of the DNA, she starts swaying in the chair for the first time, which is another red flag. She does have concerns about the DNA now that she's heard all of this information, which is an interesting reaction given how she will behave later on.
Did you see the police dog in there? Is that why you ran out of there?
Police dog.
Yeah.
Like police dog.
The police dog that was inside the parking garage when you came running out? Do you remember running out of the parking garage?
I don't
Running two police officers? Do you remember that part?
I didn't run. I walked out of a parking garage and was ambushed.
That wasn't you either?
Wait, what?
That wasn't you either?
I am not this Isabella girl. All this crazy fucking shit keeps happening and I am not this girl.
Crazy fucking shit, that's a good way to put it.
How would you feel if this was done to you?
I'd be scared. If I were you.
I'm not really scared, I'm just a little freaked out.
So you're not
all this
scared by
happening.
this?
No, because the DNA will not match.
Do you have no remorse for what you did?
I did not do anything wrong.
So you don't, do you?
I am not
You could
Isabella.
just sit there and continue to deny this with a clear conscience.
I am not Isabella.
Really? You can just sit here and completely deny all of this?
I'm not denying anything. I am being truthful.
That's you.
No, it is not.
There's no question. That's you.
She's pretty.
You're a pretty girl. That's you.
But that's not me.
Yeah, it is. Slap your face, baby.
She's a singer.
That's not even a funny game anymore.
Why would she kill anybody?
That's what we want to know.
That is the question.
Why would Isabella kill her mom?
Isabella may not be able to answer their question just yet, but little do they know that there are multiple layers to the sick and twisted story. And the more they uncover, the harder it is to wrap their heads around such a shocking case.
Why would anybody kill their mother? I mean, what do you think? What would cause somebody to become so enraged with their mother that they would kill them? What would
I
happen?
don't know.
What
I
would
don't
it
know how people think. I stay away from people because they all
take?
try
Just
to...
tell me what you think. I mean, what's your thoughts on it?
What is my thoughts on this whole situation?
No. Specifically, what would it take for somebody to kill their mother? What would make them so angry that they would do that?
Isabella engages in some grooming behavior here, which generally occurs when people want to be liked or viewed as likable by others. It's approval-seeking behavior. This is followed by her incorrectly rephrasing a question. It's clear that this question has increased her anxiety because not only has she repeated their question, giving her time to think about her answer, but she had to know they would correct her, giving her even more time to think.
I really have no idea. I would never kill my own mother. She might be a horrible person, but I don't have the potential in me to kill me.
Why is your mom
She hates me because I'm her illegitimate child.
So she hates you?
Yeah, I kind of ruined my marriage, basically, and they blame me for it.
So you got anger issues?
I don't have anger issues. I just left.
You hate your mom. That's
I
kind
don't
of
hate her.
anger.
She's scary.
After her lie of going along with her being another person, the detectives may be finally attempting to build some rapport with her.
She's scary. So I ran away.
Your mom beat you?
She didn't. She didn't.
Keep going.
Keep going. What's that? Hello? What's that?
Da. Šta sad?
Police dog.
Naravno da...
Šta? Nemamo kad čekat, treba još da čekamo 15 minuta.
Znam ja to. Jeste stavili?
Jesmo. Jesmo u 9 i 4 minuta.
So, anyway.
This is really freaky.
Yeah, that is really freaky.
So that's it? You
Yeah,
should
that's
just
it.
leave now?
We got the wrong person, we just let you go.
Let you go?
Yeah.
Okay. Just like that.
Yeah.
See you later. Have a good day.
What's your boyfriend's name?
Gabriel Adams.
Gabriel Adams. You certainly know his phone number, right? Call him right here and we can talk to him. We can just clear this all up. What's his phone number?
He threw his phone away. I was
Come on.
meeting someone.
No.
I can't track him.
You don't want to, because he doesn't exist.
He does exist.
Okay.
He's my soulmate.
Oh, that's laughable. That's laughable. You have a soul.
There's no professional explanation for the comment. That's laughable that you have a soul. Even some of the other comments could be possibly pointed to as playing the bad cop, but this goes too far. He's clearly letting his personal feelings about this crime lead the interrogation. Someone should be pulling him out of the room.
I do have a soul. All living creatures have a soul, even animals.
People who do what you did, soulless.
Before police are able to find out exactly what the reason behind the heinous act is, they delve a little deeper into the tumultuous life of their suspect. In doing so, the detectives sit down to interview Ryan, who not only provides valuable information about his stepdaughter, but he also reveals the horrifying timeline of events.
I saw Isabella. She had a blank expression on her face. I'm not sure what happened with the knife she was carrying. It looked like she was still holding on to it. And I looked down and I saw my wife on the floor. Blood everywhere, all over the bathroom. I was talking to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher told me, make sure you get her breathing again. Get her airways open. I don't know CPR. So, but at that time, I looked at my wife's eyes, and I knew that she must not have made it. I just couldn't believe that it had happened like that. Isabella was in a rage like I've never seen before.
What do you mean?
Well, she...
U kući sam nisam ja bio, ona je mala kuća.
Pogledajte, brat, skakanje, ovaj joystick.
U kući sam nisam ja bio, ona je mala kuća.
Pogledajte, brat, skakanje, ovaj joystick, ovo, znači... Ovo je nevjerovatno, brat.
Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them.
Još ti očeki, prvo ima se izbut. Nema se stvarno.
Marked remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your attack map. Get hunting.
I could just hear her just pummeling my wife. I thought she was just hitting her with her fists.
Okay. So that thumping sound you were
Thumping sound I thought was Yumi maybe hitting against the wall, and Isabella just pounding her with her fists.
Okay.
So that's what I originally thought it was, and that's when I called 911.
Although it hasn't been confirmed, it's possible that Isabella also used the baseball bat as a weapon.
Tell me about that. What was the reasoning for that?
She came downstairs where I was sleeping, and she said, I feel very uncomfortable with Isabella in the house. She said that Isabella had threatened her or cursed at her, maybe cursed at her, and spit in her face.
Okay. And
she was laying down up there and rambled off some terrible things to her.
Okay. Did she tell you what those terrible things were?
No, she didn't specifically tell me. I know this morning, she showed me an email that Isabella had written that was written to her, or written to a Cecilia. So it was a strange email, but it came to my wife. And I can't remember what the email said. It's on her phone. But it was very disturbing from Isabella. Something very weird.
The email sent by Isabella to her mother on the same day of the killing was chilling beyond words. It read, "You may." However, it wasn't made out to you and me, but rather a woman arrived at the house, in addition to Isabella's biological father, Robert Guzman. Isabella was confronted while sitting on a swing in their backyard, but that had little effect on the teenager. She apparently spewed a string of insults to Yumi, though it's unclear as to what was said. The officers warned the teenager that she should not treat her mother in such a volatile manner, stating that Yumi was within her rights to obtain a court order and evict Isabella from the house if she felt it was necessary to do so. Isabella responded with nothing but silence.
They've had a bad relationship.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, they've had a bad relationship for years. She resents her mom very much.
Ryan states that at the age of 6 or 7, Yumi sent Isabella to live with Robert due to her disobedient behavior. The pair had divorced when Isabella was just 3 years old, and Ryan and Yumi began a relationship 1 year after. Yumi's hope had been that her daughter would learn to respect others while living with her father. But it seems things didn't change. In fact, Isabella was supposedly continuing to act out, and apparently had a difficult relationship with Robert and his new wife.
And then she moves back in with you guys?
She moves back in with us at 14.
Has Isabella ever been, is she on medications?
Yay!
Or has she ever been
She's
Come
not
on.
doctor's care or anything like that?
She went to a psychiatrist for
Okay,
maybe a
we're
month.
done.
And the psychiatrist said, no, she's fine. She's just a typical girl.
How long ago was that?
That's been maybe 2-3 years ago, something like that.
So today, after the police come out and speak with her, what was her attitude or her demeanor after that contact with the officers?
She seemed okay. She was friendly. Her dad gave her a big hug, but I don't think she was very happy that her mom called the police.
Following the dispute, Yumi headed back to work.
We were in the house again.
Any
Together. No
any conversation,
not much of a conversation at all.
is there any indications that she might be plotting to do something like this?
Oh no. I knew she was mad at her mom. I knew she was very, very upset at her mom, but I had no idea she would ever do anything like this.
Though Ryan didn't suspect it, she was indeed plotting something terribly heinous.
When's the last time you cried?
Last time I cried,
Yeah.
I ran away.
You got a pretty good memory, don't you?
Yeah, you're a normal person's memory.
Okay. I don't think you're a normal person.
It took me like a week to get here.
Did you hear me? I don't think you're a normal person. I asked you when the last time you cried.
I told you I cried when I ran away.
You didn't run away from anywhere. You ran away from a crime scene is what you did.
No, I did
So
not.
you cried when you ran away last night?
I did not do any of these things. I am not Isabella.
Maybe
Oh,
we should just bring,
really? Why don't you just
Robert
bring the
down here.
DNA test?
Let's bring Robert down here.
Who's Robert?
You know who Robert is.
No, I don't.
Robert could stand right there in that doorway. Identify you. You're his own flesh and blood.
According to Ryan, Isabella and Robert were always close, even through thick and thin, but she can't seem to remember that.
How about if we have Ryan,
Who's that?
your stepdad? Have him
That's
come in.
your stepdad.
You could have Ryan come in. He's the one that last saw you before you took off running from the police last night.
This is all her life, and you keep
He's
saying
the
it's
one that
mine.
he's the one that identified you. What do you think about that? We'll have him come down. Maybe you can apologize.
I'm not going to apologize to a stranger. What do you mean? I didn't kill
Come in and
anybody.
lie about. He would come in and stand at the doorway and lie about committing somebody who committed him.
Well, obviously somebody died, or this wouldn't be happening, but I didn't kill anybody.
Why would he lie about it?
I don't know what you're trying to... I don't even understand what you're trying to say right now.
Isabella's flat affect is similar to another case we've covered, Morgan Geyser, also known as the Slender Man stabbing.
Do you know where you are right now?
Not really.
Where do you think you are?
At a police station.
Morgan was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and again, this kind of flat, emotionless speaking is typical with this diagnosis.
Kathy, maybe?
Who's that?
Come on, Isabella.
Stop calling me Isabella.
You know who that is?
You guys are like, what? Didn't she say that this girl has no friends?
Well, there's people that know you. They may not be your friends.
Detective sat down with Isabella's friend, Catherine Argueta, also known as Kathy, who gave a bit of insight on who Isabella was outside of her family home. Apparently, Kathy met Isabella at Overland High School, in addition to Isabella's ex-boyfriend, Ilya Abramov, who goes by Tony. The trio, along with Kathy's boyfriend, would apparently use recreational marijuana from time to time. Kathy explained that Isabella had developed a spiritual side to herself within the last year, and had become increasingly quiet. Yet at the same time, there was a noticeable kindness that she had not previously shown, though Kathy didn't elaborate further. It appeared that things may have been looking up for her, or perhaps there was a more sinister intention behind this newfound enlightenment. Kathy goes on to say that she received a chilling text message from Isabella on Monday, August 26th, only 2 days prior to the killing. She angrily insulted Kathy using a derogatory term, and ended the text with a shocking last few words. "I know what you did." Kathy messaged back asking what she was talking about, but Isabella didn't respond. However, on August 28th at 7:15 p.m., her phone buzzed once again. Isabella had sent another text, this time saying, "The astro beam has awakened." Utterly confused, Kathy responded asking for an explanation, but to no avail. Only a short time later would Isabella commit the unthinkable.
These are your bags, right?
Yeah.
You know the stores where we wrapped your wrists? H-Mart?
Actually, these people were real nice to me and gave me these things.
But you bought something, right?
They paid for it for me.
Who?
This Asian lady took pity on me. Came all dirty. She asked me if I was okay, and I cried, and I told her I was trying to call my boyfriend, I'd use the phone. She said, "You don't have any stuff." So I'll give you some tampons and things. The clothes are mine. But she gave me the underwear and the pads and stuff. I didn't have money for it.
So we go there to look at the videos. You won't be on the video?
I'll be on the video.
At the H-Mart. They have surveillance cameras on it. Yeah, at the H-Mart.
If you wanted to look and see if I was an H-Mart, you'll see that I was.
After fleeing from the scene, Isabella made her way to the H-Mart grocery store, where she quickly caught attention due to her disheveled state and bloody clothing. A nice lady took pity on her, and in addition to buying her a few items, she also provided her own cell phone number in case Isabella needed anything else.
And what did you tell her?
What did I tell her?
What did you tell her? Because we're going to call her and talk to her. What story did you tell her? What did you tell her?
She's still young. She didn't even speak my language.
We have interpreters. What did she say? What did you tell her?
I told her I'm sure.
What did you say?
Exactly the same thing that I told you.
Where'd you meet her at?
Where the receipt says.
She what?
Where the receipt says.
Where's that?
It's right by the garage. Where you ambushed me and basically kidnapped me out.
Okay. So you met her inside or outside?
Inside.
So you leave Ohio with all of this stuff, all your worldly possessions. This is what you travel across the country.
I told you, Gabriel said he'll take care of me. I didn't need to bring much.
But you can't get hold of Gabriel if you didn't have a phone.
No.
How does that make any sense?
He had to dump it.
Your story doesn't make any sense. This is not true. A 2-year-old wouldn't believe your story.
2-year-old.
The 2-year-old come up with a better story.
The detectives asked for her permission to conduct a DNA test. They're not surprised when she immediately agrees. It seems it has been her most frequent request. But what she doesn't understand is just how long it actually takes to obtain the results.
Please bring the DNA test now. I can leave.
You're not leaving. Just to understand that.
The DNA will not match.
Well, that you can.
If the DNA does not match, I will be free, right?
Think that, but you are not leaving. Just so
Okay, theoretically, if the DNA doesn't match, you have to let me know, right?
Anything you need?
That doesn't make any sense. Yes.
Well, you've been identified as the killer.
I have not been identified. If the DNA does not match, then I will be set free.
That's not even the case. We won't know that for months. If you're under arrest for first degree murder, you have no law, you ain't going nowhere in jail. You're not 15, you're 18.
No, I'm not. You can't do this to me. This is wrong. You have to prove I am who she is before you can take me anywhere.
Isabella, we're trying to give you an
Stop calling me
opportunity.
Isabella.
We're just trying to give you an opportunity to tell us what happened.
Stop calling me Isabella.
You don't understand. You don't understand.
My name is
the full
Samantha.
impact of this, do you? You don't understand the full impact. Yes, you're going to jail. No, you are not getting out of jail. There is no bond with first-degree murder. Do you understand that?
I didn't murder anybody.
Then we'll easily prove the case against you.
You can't prove anything because I didn't do it.
Yeah, you will.
Well, that's your opinion.
No, what's wrong with all
You have
of you?
no conscience. None.
I'm not evil. You don't even know who I am. I'm just a random girl on the street that you ambushed.
No, you're one of the most evil person I've ever sat across the table from.
I'm not evil.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
Very.
The detectives continue to remind Isabella of the consequences and telling her how terrible she is, and stating that she's the most evil he's ever sat across from, all of which hasn't got them very far. At this point, Isabella has been in the room with them for an hour. If she was in her right mind, most people would have asked for a lawyer by now. The conduct of both officers is unprofessional, suggesting a lack of training and an inability to conduct custodial interrogations properly. Somehow, despite their approach, they're just barely able to stay away from crossing the line into coercion. Though there's enough nuance here to argue that point from both sides. More importantly, they have completely abandoned the Reed technique and its core tenet of getting a confession through the use of empathy. The point of an interrogation is to be a listener and to create an open environment where the suspect can make disclosures. Even look at the table. It's cluttered and disorganized, creating an environment non-conducive to the sharing of information. Their methods of countering her denials are also interesting. It's generally sarcastic and closed off, not inviting Isabella to say more or to keep talking even in the face of having her denial dismissed. Everything about their actions appears intended to harass the suspect, rather than doing their best to support the dialogue necessary for a confession.
You scare the hell out of me. Because you have no conscience.
I scare the hell out of you?
Yeah, you have no conscience. You can do anything to anybody and
How
not even feel.
do you do this thing?
Isabella states that she would like a DNA test as soon as possible, and the detective performs a cheek swab.
Say, for instance, somehow we've got this all jacked up, and you are who you say you are, and we've brought the wrong person in here. How would we go about trying to prove that you are who you are? Who could we call? Who could we get in contact?
There's no way I'm totally... Why would I call somebody who's stabbing with scissors?
Well, I'm asking you a
That's
question.
all I got.
Okay,
Can
I ask you a question and just not have you interrupt? Because if we're making a mistake, we want to do the right thing. Okay, why don't we start with who's your father? What's your father's name?
I don't really know. Honestly, my mom's kind of a crazy bitch and throws around a lot.
Okay.
She hates me because I'm an illegitimate child.
Okay, so
All I know is that my dad's Mexican. That's my last name, Gonzalez.
All I know is an example of a selective memory statement. It can't exactly be refuted, but it doesn't really answer the question. This is a big nonverbal indicator that she's feeling anxious about going deeper into this line of questioning. Look at how her blinking has increased. This is a subconscious stress response. However, we can't confirm that this is because she's being deceptive, as it could just as easily be because she's being verbally attacked by two police officers for the past hour.
Okay, so your dad is Mexican. Last name's Gonzalez. Do you know his first name?
She wouldn't tell me.
So you don't know his first
Well,
name?
hey, stranger.
Have you met your father?
No.
So you never met your father?
I don't know. You really don't.
Okay, slow down. I want to get to the bottom of this. So, Gonzalez is all you know? You don't know first name?
She calls me Gonzalez because
Where's he
she told me
from?
that I'm not good enough to be her daughter.
Where's your father from?
His name is Mexican.
Where's he
From
from?
Mexico.
He's from Mexico? So he's from Mexico, the country Mexico?
Oh, I guess, obviously.
Isabella is showing other signs that her anxiety has increased as well, such as kicking her foot and avoiding the question.
Don't be a
Again,
stranger,
we can't
okay?
say she's being deceptive, but her anxiety level has increased with this topic. She's either seriously, legitimately 100% delusional, or an extremely skilled liar. It's possible that this is something that has been said to her before, and that's why she's able to quickly push out a response. Isabella states that her mother's name is Sabrina Hicks, who lives at 2657 South Jamaica Circle in Cincinnati, Ohio. However, this address doesn't exist in the state, although 26 South Jamaica Court is located in Aurora, Colorado, right across the street from Isabella's home. But this would only be just one of her many bizarre statements to come.
What's Sabrina's birthday?
I don't know.
You don't know your mom's birthday?
I think that in this world there's gotta be two kinds of hermaphrodites. I heard about that horrible one in Casey Anthony.
Okay.
There's two different
Hold
kinds
on. We have enough time.
There's a mother.
Do you know your mother's birthday or don't you?
I don't.
Do not know.
She doesn't love me. I don't really know anything
Do
about
not know her birthday. That's
No.
a question. Don't. Okay.
No.
So your father is Gonzalez. You don't know his first name. Your mother is Sabrina Hicks, but you don't know her birthday, and you claim they both live at this 2657 South Jamaica Circle, Cincinnati, Ohio. You don't know the zip code. How about a phone number?
He disconnected the house phone like a while ago. It's fucking cheap.
Cell phones?
I don't have their cell phone numbers. We don't talk to each other. That's why I ran away. It's like
Okay, where does
it's
Sabrina...
not really my family.
Where does Sabrina Hicks work? Maybe we can go to her work.
She works at a grocery market.
Do you know the name?
We don't talk to each other. We're like strangers. She just hates me. She looks at me with disgust. Oh, you're like a little child.
Right, you poor illegitimate child, you.
The detectives ask her if she has any uncles or aunts, but she supposedly doesn't know. Next, they question her about Montgomery High School, where she claims to have attended, although this would turn out to be yet another lie. In actuality, Isabella went to Overland High School in Aurora, Colorado for a period of time before dropping out. However, it's unclear as to when she left the school and why.
What street is your high school? When you went to school?
It's not that far from my house. I just never went off. I don't know.
What street is that? What we can do is we can go to your school, the head officers from Cincinnati, go to your school, and see if we can contact you in records. Because we're trying to disprove that you're not this person.
That's great. Do a DNA test and I'll prove everything.
Well, I'm going to have to prove it by more than one way. And the easiest way for me to prove it is if you can get me in touch with somebody back there in Cincinnati, Ohio.
I will not put you in touch with the people
We
that
can send them a picture of you, and
look at what
they
she
say,
did to me. I will not put you in touch with them.
if they can say, yes, that's my daughter,
Run away.
then you're out the door.
If they find out I'm here, I'm going to have to leave here again. I'm not trying to take another bus.
Hoping to catch her in another lie, the detectives ask if Isabella's picture would be in the Montgomery yearbook. Coincidentally, she claims to have skipped picture day.
They said, high school yearbook's not going to work for you. Get your picture taken when you were in 8th grade, the year before. I'm sorry? Pine Lane. Okay. Okay, I've heard of that. There's Pine Lane here in Colorado. Yeah? No, Pine Lane Middle School. Pine Lane Middle School. Same one you go to. Cincinnati, Ohio. There's one right here in Colorado.
People are creative with names.
Is your picture in the yearbook?
Yeah, probably somewhere. You can find it. I don't know if it's find like
Oh, we can find it. It exists. We can find it.
The Cincinnati police say all three of the addresses you gave us, none of them don't exist.
We don't know every single address.
It's the freaking police department. If they don't know, who knows?
It's kind of not consistent.
Do you understand how complicated you've made this?
I am not Isabella. I know you guys know that.
Not only does she have palms up here, showing lack of confidence in what she's saying, but she brings her leg back up in a barrier position.
Okay.
If you're not Samantha, then who are you?
I am Samantha. I'm not Isabella. That's all that matters. I'm not a murderer. Yay, I can leave.
Problem is each lie you tell
It's not a lie.
You gotta tell another lie, and then you forget the lies you've already told. It becomes so confusing and so overwhelming that you don't know what you said.
The detective may be referring to the liar's loop here, but he doesn't really mention having to deconflict stories or anything, just the difficulties in keeping their story straight.
You look like it.
Detectives are aware that Isabella is being deceitful. They are unaware of the disturbing and shocking reason as to why
All right,
that
then, one.
heinous crime
Don't do
was
anything I
committed.
would do.
Time would eventually
I'm
tell
after you
all,
for it.
but authorities could have never predicted such an unbelievable ending to the perplexing case.
How many friends?
This address you gave is bogus. The Cincinnati police say it's not a good address. It's a good address.
I don't know what to tell you.
How do you explain that? Are you confused about the numbers? Are you confused about the name of the street?
Pretty fucking sure that's my address. Yeah, I've heard them. They seem to write it down
Yeah,
somewhere.
that's a perfectly valid address here in the city of Aurora, which is where we're at today.
All right. Come and get some.
Obvious that I'm not her.
Really?
Yeah.
So she has the same scar you do? Really another coincidence?
Not the same. It's a little different.
Really a coincidence?
You don't really
She was involved in last night where she brutally stabbed your mother 151 times.
151 times?
In the course of that,
151 times.
in the course of that, her hands got cut, just like you. Another coincidence, you say? You were found in a parking garage with a knife that appears to be a murder weapon.
You didn't find
Feel mercy. Welcome to my channel. HVDES. Welcome to my channel.
Interrogation room, rather than trying to work through the steps to get him dealt through. He's using language where he doesn't even sound sure of himself. For example, saying that here's
You did not find me with the phone that
Yes, detective, that's true. Yes, detective, that's true.
the wrong fucking show, kid, man.
After an autopsy was performed, it was discovered that Yoon-mi had actually endured 31 stab wounds to the face and 48 stab wounds to the neck, a staggering 69 in total.
I'm not her, I'm not
Some TV show, you're gonna put your life in the hands of some goofy ass TV show?
DNA is everything.
Answer my question. Are you gonna put your life in the hands of some TV show?
No,
Is that what you're gonna bargain your life on? Forensic Files says that you gotta have a DNA match?
Yeah.
Really? Really, Isabella? Does that make any goddamn sense to you?
Stop calling me Isabella.
That's your name.
No, it's not.
It is too.
No, it isn't.
Throwing a pen is completely inappropriate, no matter how frustrated he may be. With how the detective is yelling, cussing, and berating, there's a chance Isabella could have a case for how verbally abusive the interrogation is.
We've been so patient with you, giving you everything.
Oh, God, please do.
Are you getting upset? Are you getting upset? You make me upset. You lied continually over and over and over today. You've wasted our time. Your time means nothing from this point forward. Your time is counted for the minutes, hours, and hours that will be spent behind bars, looking out into a prison cell.
The detectives are
So has it seemed like things have gotten worse?
Cecilia.
Ryan states that neither he nor his wife knew anyone by the name of Cecilia, but he was absolutely horrified by the disturbing news.
What's your impression of her?
She is very hot-tempered. Very hot-tempered person. Doesn't, and she runs her mouth like crazy. F you, F this, F that. She seems very depressed. Seems horribly depressed about her life and blames her mom for her misery. The only thing I can say is over the past couple weeks, Isabella has been very angry with her mom. Just a lot of anger. A lot of cussing, cursing, just a lot of anger.
Has something prompted that as far as you know?
Well, I mean, sometimes my wife she's pretty strong-minded, and she would tell Isabella, no, you shut up, you get out. Or, you know, it would go back and forth like that. So I'm sure Isabella took those things to heart.
Ryan recalls the previous incident he had with Isabella that provides a glimpse into just how quickly her temper could flare. Around 5 years ago, Isabella went down to the basement of the home to retrieve a fan that belonged to Ryan. When he didn't let her take the item, she supposedly retaliated with violence and allegedly punched Ryan in the face. Interestingly, Isabella is presenting as the complete opposite in the interrogation to how she's described by Ryan. But Isabella's reign of terror would not end here, as there was something much more sinister that would inevitably unleash itself in the most sickening way possible.
You committed a heinous... Okay, you're gonna go to prison for that.
No.
You're not getting out of jail anytime soon.
No.
Okay? And the fact that you can sit there with that stupid goddamn look on your face makes me sick. It makes me physically sick to look at you.
Do the DNA test that will prove me right.
Don't tell me how to do my job.
Why are you so...
Don't tell me how to do my job.
I haven't done anything to you.
You've come in here and tried to fucking act like you're so goddamn smart.
What do you mean?
You're putting your life in your hands today, my friend. Think about it.
My hands? That doesn't make any sense. Stabbing someone 151 times takes a long time. Wouldn't the police come before, like, whoever did it would be done?
Isabella, please.
How long
Okay?
did it, how long
Do
did it
you
take?
think we're stupid?
I'm not Isabella.
Do you think we're stupid?
I am not Isabella.
Do you? Answer my question.
I don't think...
Do him and I look stupid?
I'm not insulting you.
Do we look stupid?
No.
Do you think we believe your story? Do you think we believe your story? Do you think we believe your story? No, we don't believe your story. What does that tell you? We'll get to the bottom of this.
Yep. You are a cold-blooded killer, and you're gonna go to prison.
Man, you can't send somebody to prison if the DNA test doesn't match. You know that.
Like I said, we don't need DNA to prove this case.
Yeah, you do.
No.
You need everything. You can't say, oh, this girl murdered somebody and we found another girl in a similar
There's an
location
eyewitness.
that looks similar to her. So we're going to blame her because we can't find her. And we look bad because we can't find the murderer of this woman. So we're going to blame it on an innocent person. A little girl who still has her whole life ahead of her.
No,
You're going to ruin my life. You're going to ruin my whole life because I have some random crazy
Your
bitch who
life
looks like me.
ended last night when you
No,
walked
I
out.
didn't.
When you walked into that bed.
I did not.
I did not kill her. She rubs her chin. And then her following words don't match up with her words. This is a red flag. And her
You realize last night when you were everything you do now is what the police will get me for you to do.
This is all on camera, right? The United States Broadcasting Service. This is going to be from Roger Rabbit, okay? There's no reason I can come out and match because you're not the same person. Nobody's trying to frame me or anything. You got the wrong crowd. You made a genuine mistake. People make mistakes. It's okay. I'm not mad at you.
Isabella is turning the tables, now minimizing what she claims to be his For someone of that age to not have risen above that rank, you can speak in silent volumes.
If I knew somebody killed their mother or stabbed him 151 times, I'd be out to get him too. But if the DNA doesn't match, you can't keep me here. It will not match. It will not match. This girl stabbed her mother to death. She is not me.
That's you.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. And I'm really fucking angry that you ruined my fucking shitty day and made it even worse.
Well, welcome to the rest of your fucking life.
You guys are really
Yeah.
I'm not lying.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The they're going to have to come to the station to identify her. But she responds, stating that she wishes to see her boyfriend Gabriel. However, they disregard her request.
What were you worried about last night?
Because I wanted to know where you were.
In a fucking park.
In a park with a little red slide. I got some places down to show what street you're on.
No. I don't even know the fucking streets in Ohio. Let's
get on mad about it.
Of course I'd be mad. What if someone did this to you? That's a terrible thing to do.
What is?
Accusing the wrong person. And pointing a gun at him.
I didn't point a gun at him. He didn't point a gun at me.
Don't you remember? I tried, man. I'm saying, get down on the ground. We're gonna shoot you. We're gonna shoot you. Do you know how terrified I was? You think it's scary being a fucking life? Mommy, calling the police. And calling my friends, sending a fucking
glad that's over.
Isabella claims to have run away from her home in Ohio, where she took a bus to Colorado. Not only that, whose boyfriend Gabriel is apparently waiting for her at the French Quarter apartment complex as they speak. Once again, the detectives aren't entertained, and instead bring Robert, Isabella's father, into the interrogation room.
Who's that? That's my baby.
Sir, do you recognize this?
What's wrong? Why don't you come back out here, please? Do you recognize her?
What's her name?
Isabella.
Isabella. What's her last name?
Guzman.
This photograph here. Is that photograph? Is that your daughter there? And this is your daughter.
It's impossible to know if Isabella is delusional or knows she's making stuff up and lying. However, if someone is faking, they will chances are that she's really
And that man's insane? Is that what you're saying?
don't know. He probably is. So why don't you do my research on this fucking guy?
Do you think that it was just a coincidence, another coincidence, that that gentleman came down here tonight?
Not Isabella. I am Samantha.
Isabella, that's your father. Okay? He's your biological father, we know that.
That's Isabella's dad. I'm not Isabella. Stop calling me Isabella. My name is Samantha.
We asked him to come down here. Okay? Like I told you, we were trying to do everything in our power to verify who you are. Okay?
You know what?
This whole thing with Samantha.
It seems like Tara says to me.
Because
it seems like Tara says to me that a girl who stabbed her mom 161 times probably has a completely mentally ill family, and he probably thinks that I'm her or something because we look similar. Man, you're making my life hell.
Really?
Yes. Please.
That's your big concern right now.
Is French quarter so I can see Gabriel.
That's your big concern is how your life is.
Yes.
Do you not have?
He is not my father.
Do you not have any concern for how his life is?
No.
Here we go.
These fucking problems are not my own.
Okay, do you not have any concern for
That's my baby. God, you know how creepy that is?
do you have any concern about that?
Oh, that's really fucking terrible.
Your only concern is about you. Through this whole
This is
thing.
my life. My life. Her life is not connected with mine.
We've been trying to tell you all along that this is about your life, because this is about your life. This is an opportunity for you to try to make sense, or help us make sense, of what
Once again tries to reason with the detectives, but what she fails to understand is that she's only digging herself into a deeper hole.
You know, you seem like a nice person when I would have done a mistake. I'm not mad at you. I'm going to do the DNA test.
you have no business doing.
He's not my dad.
Not tell me. We're doing everything we can to try to give you an opportunity. If you continue to just sit here and dick us around,
Detective mentions an opportunity. Reason to confess.
well, we know that's your father.
Here they come.
Take me back to Gabriel.
I think you're gonna feel a whole lot better if you just tell us what happened.
This may be the first time the detectives display a more professional attitude.
If you get this off your chest, give you an opportunity to feel better about what you did.
Isabella, bitch. She's ruining my life.
Isabella, there's other people we could bring in.
Isabella.
You bring your boyfriend in. You bring your stepfather in. Oh, do we know their names?
Come on.
Boyfriend Gabriel. Or an F, for that matter. Detective Samuel, 22-year-old Celia Abraham, also known as Tony, who was just shocked at the horrific crime. But what authorities didn't expect was that the young man may have been concealing a secret of his own that also involved 18-year-old Isabella. Apparently, their relationship ended over a week before Tony's death, after 3 years together. But that wouldn't be the last of their encounters. Tony states that a couple days before August 28th, he returned to Isabella's house to pick up some of her belongings. However, when Isabella opened the door, she was furious and tried to attack him with a golf club, though it's unclear if Tony was injured. Apparently, the couple had parted ways because Isabella believed that Tony was
This
cheating
isn't
on her
looking good.
Tony asserts that Isabella was enraged.
Okay, so did you go to the house on the day that this happened? Wednesday. You weren't there at all that day? Somebody saw you there that day. Your stepdad said you came by the house, walked in the house, and went upstairs and had to get some stuff. And so you were there that day. You didn't see her. Where was she at? Okay. So when you go to the house that day, what time is it when you go there then? Friday afternoon?
Tony said that he called Isabella. When he didn't receive an answer until he was in the house. He had never seen Ryan, but they didn't speak to each other. Tony made his way to
Wow.
Ahaha hack ha 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 ha. Welcome to my channel. Reportedly stating that she wished for she and Isabella to die together. But the detective isn't buying the claims and continues his efforts to untangle the web of lies, although poorly.
Yeah, that's the really bad part for you. She just turned 18 a few months ago.
Marsz.
Here's your father. He's sitting in the next room over here. Okay?
Come on.
He wants to know what the hell is going on. Okay? Well, he's a selfish, callous, heartless person like yourself. You have no feelings whatsoever for your own father. Clearly, you have no feelings for your own mother. So I don't know why I would like to be all surprised by your why he's not got a flesh and blood with but you gotta find out. Okay. You were at H-Mart today? Yes? Can you please start getting ready to talk on your knees? Okay, she bought you those clothing items right there?
She didn't buy me the clothes or fucking mess. She got me the fucking ties and the underwear.
The detectives are in possession of more information than Isabella is aware of. Yet she continues to lie. That is, until the truth is staring her in the face.
This kind of thing just happened. Somebody called the police department from the H-Mart. Guess what they got doing down there? Guess what's on their door? You and H-Mart.
Because I was there.
Okay.
Okay, this is it.
No, there's something else. You told me. Sit up. Don't talk in your ears.
I do talk about who I am because I have to be like this. I'm required to
You're on the video. You went into H-Mart and you told them that you were somebody tried to sexually assault you.
I did tell us about because I need help. No. But I did not tell him about my family and my mom, okay? I did tell him someone tried to put me in my life because I don't want them to know about my family. They're not the police. I don't have to tell them who I am. I just need help. I'm ashamed of who I am. It's better to be them to be abused, beaten, killed. Yes, I lied to them, okay? But I have not lied to you.
But that's not the story you told us. When you sat down here, we asked you about these bags and where you got them and the circumstances.
Clothes are mine.
That's not the story you told us.
The pads they got from me. And they gave me proper bandages.
Yeah, that's not the story you told us, okay? Plain and simple, it's not. You told us something completely different.
Here we go.
And you lied. Right? Yes, you did.
Spafa. Welcome to my channel.
Sense that instead of saying she's not a victim, they could have played into her saying she was mistreated by her mom to minimize the crime.
This ain't good.
Sign of her having narcissistic tendencies. However, it's just as interesting that she switches to show anger and aggression here. When she realizes she's not going to get away and that her story isn't going to work, she starts acting like the her stepdad described. It's illusions. Isabella turns her body towards the corner of the room and begins to cry. Likely not for her deceased mother, but rather the fact that she cannot escape the ensuing consequences.
It's going to be dark soon. We need a DNA test and everything, but I don't want to walk around in the dark.
You're going to jail, you're not going to jail.
Man, fuck you.
Well, that's the way it's going to be. We have to fucking tunes and then we'll just try to fill the hospital. You guys probably in that one? Yeah, we're just trying to make
I'm not going to fucking jail.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry?
I'm not going to fucking jail unless they fucking sort us out my fucking egg.
Okay. We still miss
You
you.
see her fucking face. She has fucking brown eyes. I can't see fucking
Why do you think I was being happy?
I'm gonna die, at least you're fucking going down with me.
Alrighty. Can you stand up for me?
This is for the,
We're gonna go over to the hospital and get your hands stitched up, okay? Yeah, that's for the jail.
Why?
We're gonna get your hands stitched up. Both of them. Put your hands behind your back.
Why? Ow, that's where I stabbed.
Okay, hang on. Relax.
Let's take a fucking DNA test.
Because it hasn't been 6 to 8 months yet, like I told you.
I hate you.
I know. I saw.
Right to the end, Isabella refuses to acknowledge her real identity, though there may be an explanation behind her sheer roller coaster of a story. After being charged with the first-degree murder of her own mother, authorities still had one unanswered question: why? But they would have their long-awaited reasons soon enough. As it turns out, Isabella was suffering from schizophrenia, where she experienced delusions for years. But in a shocking revelation, the teenager was supposedly hearing voices and asserted that Yoon-mi was not her mother, but rather a woman named Cecilia. Had she not taken Cecilia's life, Isabella believed that the world would come to an end. Because of this, she was found not guilty by reason of insanity and transported to the Colorado Pueblo. However, in 2020, 7 years after the brutal killing, Isabella claimed that she was ready to be released. I was not myself when I did that, and I have since been restored to full health. In 2021, she was granted permission to leave the facility for therapy, in which she must wear a GPS tracker. However, there's no telling when or if she will ever be permanently released, or if her visits outside the facility will be
Here they come.
Therapy sessions.
Yeah.
Hello friends, this is Utz according to a high school rumor, and today we're going to talk about Made for This. Made for This is a popular perk. I'm sure most of you are familiar with it at this point, but if you're not, it's that one perk that makes you run 3% faster while you're injured. It also gives you 10 seconds of endurance if you finish a heal on someone else, and even though it doesn't exhaust you, it doesn't work if you're exhausted from other perks. So, my first impression on this perk when we saw it on the PGV is that it was going to be very annoying and busted. But that being said, it is a complex perk. Judging too quickly might have not been wise, so I decided not to make any video or any big declarations. I waited until the perk came out. It's now been 2 months. It's one of the most popular perks in the game. It has a usage rate right now of about 20% in my games, and that means that we see it in about 51 or 52% of every single match. So that means that I've been playing about 1 month where at least one person each game or more has been using this perk. I played against it a lot. I've also even invited people like Aaron, Hans, Steve 1v1, very, very good survivors, and I've asked them to 1v1 me, to play against me. I play killer with no power, and I chase them as to the best of my ability, and half the times they had made for this, and half the times they didn't, to try to see if there is a difference, and to try to work out exactly what this was. And the first thing I realized once I tried to really narrow down what makes this perk so popular and maybe so powerful is that it's not just one thing. This perk legitimately has so many facets to it that in this video I'm going to split it into different aspects, and we're going to talk about each of them individually. Spoilers, some parts of this perk are completely fine, some parts of this perk are somewhat problematic in my opinion. Now, let's talk about the most obvious and straightforward thing this perk does for you, the distance that you make. The distance that this perk creates compared to not having it is a bit significant. Keep in mind, a killer normally moves at 115, and you move at 100 and nothing, but with this perk you move at 103. That means that the difference between you and the killer is shortened by about 20%. And that does mean that if a killer normally would take 20 seconds to catch up to you, with this perk it will take them a few more seconds. Is this a problem? No, this perk is completely fine in that regard. In fact, this perk is quite lackluster compared to other exhaustion perks. Other exhaustion perks like Sprint Burst, Overcome, Life, if you can trigger them, do far more for you in terms of distance. So this perk compared to that is completely fine. In a normal chase where you don't just go in a straight line, obviously things are a little bit more complex. But what this perk will often do is let you reach more safely. Sometimes you can give more choices as to where to run after a hit. And that part of this perk, surprisingly, is fine. It is fine. In fact, if the killer plays in a very focused way like I did in my 1v1 and decides to build up blood loss often overcomes this perk quite aggressively at loops that are incredibly strong. So it really isn't that big of a problem, the distance that you make. Now, one thing that is a bit more important and definitely a lot more annoying for killer are the mistakes that you make when not taking this perk into account. If you play killer a lot and you're very used to your timing and distances, there are times where you play, maybe swing out color, thinking that you normally get the hit, and if the survivor that you chase has to make for this, that 20% difference often is enough for them to do that when they reach the color. And I'm going to put some background on games where I literally lost a lot of one situation where one person would make for this just got the better of me in chase. This is a bit of a problem compared to other perks. I do see this as slightly problematic because with other perks, as a killer, you know exactly what is going on and you know exactly when to commit and when not to. So if you chase someone with a Sprint Burst, you will know immediately whether or not you want to keep chasing them. If you chase someone that you know has life, I mean, you can look around yourself, see what window they can use it on, for example. So you can plan around that. But the thing about Made for this is that it's an extremely quiet perk. You don't know it's there. You have to assume that they have it. And making the decision of chasing and not chasing, you don't have that power. What happens many times in my games is that I will chase a survivor, and then once I'm out of the very invested in that chase, I'm several seconds into that chase and I've given up my pressure elsewhere, I will find out that they had this perk and I don't get it down, and that feels really bad. It's a little bit like old Dead Hard used to be, where you chase a person for a long time only for the chase to get artificially extended near the end of it when you've already sunk so much time because they pressed D. So this part of the perk is a little bit rough on the killer side, but far from the worst thing in the game. Let's not kid ourselves. Now, the thing that probably is the biggest issue on the perk right now is by far the endurance effect. Number one, we have so many perks right now that give endurance to survivors, especially when being picked up from the ground. I believe there are like 3 or 4 different perks. You can get Soul Guard, you can get Work and Live Forever, you can get Made for This, you can get Buckle Up. There's so many ways to give the person healing or the person being healed endurance. It's starting to be a little comical, and I don't think this is the greatest thing to do for the game. But more important than that almost is the fact that we have a perk here that does 2 things, that has 2 effects that are so good, and they are together. Meanwhile, we have so many other perks in the tier list that are so unbelievably bad or so unbelievably mediocre. And it really begs the question, why do they make one perk so strong and then keep many other perks so weak? So I almost think it's not fair for the other perks to have one that does so much. And it obviously explains why this perk is so popular. So the endurance effect of this perk, I'm really not a huge fan of. So between the endurance and the mistakes that you can make while chasing people, one thing that this perk does a little bit is introduce a bit of passive deterrence to the killer. As a killer, I did not have an easy time guessing when survivors had this perk. When I did the 1v1s, I could guess about 60 or 70, maybe 75% of the time, maybe 70% of the time, if a person had it, which means that even though they're benefiting quite a bit from the perk, me, from the killer point of view, it's not easy to know when they have it. And that means that you don't really have a grasp on what is happening. If the game introduces a lot of movement speed perks, and it seems like they're going that way with the new DLC for Killer, introducing a perk like that. If the game keeps going in a direction where the movement speeds of killers and survivors are constantly changing and constantly shifting by little percentages, it's going to become really, really difficult for people to learn the base game and actually know what to expect. Once I played in normal matches and I try to guess if a survivor has the perk, I am a lot better in normal games, in public matches. Whenever I try to guess if a survivor had it, I'm much more accurate. I'm like 90% accurate, but that's only if I've chased a survivor for a very long time. So yes, when I've lost a game, and I've already like chased the guy way too much, and then I realized that he's uncatchable, then I already know that I'm hit by this perk, but by then it's definitely too late. So what all of this little paranoia and uncertainty does is it makes me not want to chase certain people. It makes me not want to hit people that have healed others. Even if the perk isn't there. Hi love, what's up? You want to come and say hi? Even if the perk isn't there, sometimes you might leave a survivor because you think that they have it. So a perk that works while it's not even there, I don't think is super healthy for the game and definitely not super necessary. So yeah, I don't like that this perk basically scares killers into playing a lot safer and into not taking risks. And that part of the perk I do find slightly problematic or slightly bothersome. Now, another part of this perk that is worth mentioning is that because this perk doesn't exhaust you, you can totally use it with an exhaustion perk on top. You can run this perk and benefit from it as much as you possibly can, and then when you're about to go down, maybe use a dead hard or a balanced landing or even a life. I've seen people run, and this is a bit something. I don't know how to feel about this. I would classify this as slightly problematic, that you can benefit a lot from a perk that is meant to be used on its own and then put another one on top. That being said, is Dead Hard so strong at the end of all of this? Sometimes yes, against certain killers it can be quite game changing, but at the end of the day, it's not the biggest deal. You cannot use a sprint burst into a dead hard or a life into a sprint burst. Yes, I mean, if you have visuals, sometimes you might be able to do a smash it into a head on or smash it into a life. That is possible, but it's very, very difficult. This perk, however, you can get the full effect up until the very last moment and still have a chance to use a dead hard, which personally, I don't know. It feels like if the perk, if other perks are strong and this one's strong, maybe they shouldn't work together. I'm a little bit mix on this particular part of the perk. Another thing that this perk has that is also a massive advantage over the other exhaustion perks is the fact that it can be used for a very extended amount of time, even if the chase resets. So if you are being chased by, say, a nurse and you have life, and then you go down and then you get rescued by a flashlight save or a pallet drop, or you have decisive, guess what? You don't have life anymore. Your exhaustion perk is gone. Most exhaustion perks are gone once they're used, and you will never get to use them twice in a chase. In fact, if you chase a survivor with sprint bursts, if you catch up to them quickly, that's it. They don't have a second one. Right at the beginning, they've used their perk. But this is not the case with Made for This. With Made for This, a survivor can run you for a very, very long time, and at the end of it all, if they get rescued or pallet saved or something happens, then they immediately have the perk again. And this might not seem very problematic. In fact, I wouldn't say it's a huge deal. I guess it's the, you know, since it doesn't give us much straight up distance compared to other perks, this is what it really does. But it does accentuate, or it does make other problems in the game a little bit worse. Certain buildings in the game right now have windows that are so unbelievably strong, especially with the buff bolts, that it really becomes very, very difficult for killers to catch up in these. Sometimes, if the survivor runs fast enough, they can lose chase, so you will never build that bloodlust. And if the chase gets lost, some windows get reset. Again, I don't want to go to anecdotal evidence, but when I was chasing survivors in the 1v1s in Garden of Joy, the main building windows, both of them, especially the one on the front, was a massive problem. And the times when they run this perk, it was even harder to keep up with them. Bloodlust would literally reset and it would not help at all. It was really, really, really tough. So the fact that this perk enhances some of the infinites, some of the semi-infinites in the game is a bit of a problem. But I would say that's not a big deal with the perk itself. It's more like some maps. It's just making that problem a little bit worse. Now, another thing that I do think is problematic, however, and this is very clear in my mind, is the fact that it stacks with other instances of haste.
Great. More
Alright, so let's just put this into perspective. When you hit a survivor and you chase them right after, it takes you about 20 seconds to catch up to them. A little bit more. Obviously, that's assuming that they're running a straight line with nothing. If they have the perk Hope, and they have the perk Made for this, you will take so much longer to catch them. You will almost take a whole minute just to catch them. In that time, they can go the entire length of basically any map. That, to me, is insane. Literally, they are faster than some killers. And you also need to keep in mind that survivors have a smaller hitbox. So it means that after they make a lot of distance and after you catch up for a very long time, assuming they don't make it to the executes, the moment they start to loop you around something, their smaller hitboxes are going to make them feel even faster than 110 compared to you. I don't think this is right, but I also think it's one of the easiest things to fix. We're going to talk later how we would fix this. This perk, straight up, should not stack with both and probably with other haste effects, and maybe some of which will happen down the line. Another thing that I also think is not a huge deal yet, but could become a problem is stacking with other injuries. There are a lot of builds right now where survivors are fully ready to just not heal and be completely fine. You bring Resilience, you bring Unbreakable, you bring maybe Hope and Made for this, and you have a build where you really don't need to heal. If the killer has managed to waste a lot of their own time and injure all of you, they get nothing in return. In fact, you are all doing gens faster, you're all looping faster, you're all running faster in general. I have seen some games, and I have found myself lately in some games where I managed to pressure a lot of survivors early on, and I got a lot of injuries, and then the gens flew without even toolboxes or anything so unbelievably fast, and then the chases in the mid-game are so unbelievably difficult, and then you down a survivor on a pallet, and they have Unbreakable. So you try to pick them up, they get pallet safe. You don't pick them up, they use Unbreakable. You loop for a little bit to chase someone else off. They rescue with Made for this, and then no matter who you hit, you can't really do anything. Like, these situations where survivors are so safe while injured, I think down the line could become problematic. In the previous meta that we had for the last few months, it was the opposite. Medkits were really strong. The healing boon was really strong, so survivors wanted to heal ASAP. Now, then we transitioned to a different moment where people would run a lot of adrenaline, because it was nice to get that in the end game, and we didn't have... there's different reasons why adrenaline is popular, but still. But now we're in the situation where adrenaline has nosedived in usage, even though it's still an incredible perk, because people are very comfortable leading into an endgame with Hope and Made for this. And yeah, I do think this could be a little bit problematic down the line if more perks to encourage survivors to stay are introduced. So that is a slight concern. Now, having gone over all of the little things that make for this a perk that it is, how would I personally fix it? The first one, and most obvious in my opinion, haste perks should not stack. If you have multiple haste effects, the biggest one should be the one that you apply, and everything else doesn't do anything. So if you have a perk that makes you 3% faster and one that makes you 7% faster, like it's coming now, you only get the 7%. They don't. Only the biggest one is the one that sticks. That would make balancing perks a lot easier. You wouldn't have to make a bunch of perks very weak. You could make the perks actually a little bit stronger and not have to worry about them being completely lost. So that would be the first thing that I would do. The second one, and I think this is also an important one, especially for beginners, give killers a notification. With every other exhaustion perk, you get told or you see it very clearly that you're playing as an exhaustion perk. If you get hit by head-on, you get a notification. Even if you get hit by decisive, you get a notification. Perks like sprint burst or life are very, very obvious. Overcome even is quite obvious when you hit a survivor and you notice that they run faster. This is a perk that expects the killer to just guess magically, and now basically as a killer you have to just assume that anyone could have it. I think it would be more than fair to make it so that if you get injured by the killer and they're close to you, they get a notification that they've triggered this perk. That's it. That's it. Nothing else. You don't even need to make the perk limited to life. You could make it last 90 seconds. You don't even have to do that. Just letting the killer know so that they can make the decision at the start of the chase would be a good thing for the health of the game, so that you don't have to play every chase assuming that a survivor might be 100 or 100. And the third thing, I would remove the endurance effect from the perk and instead replace it with a different effect that would achieve a similar effect. So instead of getting endurance, if you heal someone, if you get hit or take damage while you're healing someone else, that person receives a 10% healing progression instantly. So that means that if you go on someone on the ground and they're 95 recovered and you try to heal them and you take a hit, at that moment, you will go down, sure, but then that person will automatically get healed because you gave them 10. So you would be able to use this perk very aggressively to try to heal someone very important that's on the ground, but you wouldn't get endurance from it, which is really, really crazy and can lead to some really crazy effects. These three things done, and I think this perk is strong, but fair, and doesn't contribute to all the other issues we've discussed. If you have your own suggestions, if you think that I disagree, if you disagree with me and you think that I made some kind of mistake in my assessment, please let me know, because if we all, you know, come, like the thing that I would hate the most about this perk is that it goes unnerfed for a long time and it makes the game less enjoyable for a lot of people, and that it eventually boils over to a massive usage, and then the developers nerf it the way they nerf self-care or the way they nerfed Iron Will, and then the perk just never used again. That's not what I'd like. I'd like this perk to be on a healthy middle ground to make other perks also have a chance to shine. That's ultimately what I'd like. But yeah, if you think I've missed something important, please let me know, and maybe we can send this to the developers for their presentation. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, and I'll see you in the next one.
It's really bad. It's bizarre, yeah. How does this happen? What are you doing? Here we go. Overwatch 2 reviews 2 minutes after launch. Mostly negative. Blizzard Entertainment. Here's some of the reviews. So Overwatch, for anybody who hasn't been paying attention, Overwatch has been moved over to Steam. I'm assuming this is probably some sort of like a derivative outcome of the lawsuit that happened between like fucking the FTC and Microsoft. Probably was like a peace offering or something like that to diversify their product offering, to not just have it on their launcher. So Overwatch has been moved over to Steam. Overwatch 2 has been moved over to Steam, and it has had overwhelmingly negative reviews. 14% of the 25,000 user reviews for the game are positive. So out of 25,000, you know, I think what's that, like less than like 3,000 or 2,000 are positive. Like massive lows. And so let's look at it. The people who make Overwatch porn work harder than the people who make Overwatch. Overwatch 2 has no respect for you. It's an attempt to pry open your wallet while masquerading as the game it used to be. I picked up the game in 2016 and was instantly hooked. While it retains its charming design, wonderful cast of characters, Overwatch 2 brought in 2 enormous fundamental downgrades that leave it critically flawed. Let me explain. Heroes in the Battle Pass. The Battle Pass itself, new approach to cosmetics, the PvE. Look, I don't think Overwatch 2 is the worst game ever, but I just think that, like, I don't even think that the heroes in the Battle Pass is that big of a deal, because League introduces new heroes, and it's a free game, and you have to buy those. Like, who gives a fuck? I don't care. It's a free game. So, I don't care. But number 2, the Battle Pass itself, I don't know. Am I the only person who doesn't care about Battle Passes one way or another? You don't get it? Well, what do you mean I don't get it? Well, I mean, League of Legends, you have to buy characters in League, right? Is that not true? It's massively different. How's it different? You can buy them with free currency? Well, what if you don't have any? New Overwatch characters are free, so then you have to grind. So then, well, yeah, then you have to buy it. I don't know, guys. I don't think the heroes in the Battle Pass is that big of a deal. I'm gonna be honest. I really don't. I'm sorry. I don't think it's that big of a fucking deal. I think it's a free game. You don't get it? No, because you never played it. I did play it. I played it a lot. Grinding to buy every League character would take forever. No one does that. I don't get it. I'm sorry. Like, I don't understand how this is a problem. It's preying on FOMO. Every game does that. Why is Oval? Like, I mean, is every single game bad? Sure, that's fine. But I feel like I don't see this energy for these other games. It's just for Overwatch. People are only mad about Overwatch. They're not mad about the other games. Nobody, I never hear people complaining that, like, heroes in these other games, they come out and they could be good and then you can spend money and get them. Who cares if there's an alternate method? Yeah, that makes it a little bit better, but it's still fundamentally you have to spend money to get them. I don't see it that big a deal. This is a bad take, but I don't see why. But why is it like, everybody's saying I'm wrong, but nobody's saying why I'm wrong. It doesn't make any sense. Stop showing how am I wrong? I don't get it. It gives an incentive to play and grind a little. It was achievable before, now it's just money. What's it? They made the game free, yeah. Why you're wrong, you switch heroes during the match to counter enemy heroes, and MOBAs you choose one hero and play it the whole match. So you think that because you have to change heroes throughout the match, then that makes it worse? I don't agree with that. I don't think so at all. I feel like you obviously have counter picking in League, right? I mean, if it's anything like Heroes of the Storm, yeah, I think you counter pick in those games too. Not mid-game. Well, who cares about mid-game? If somebody plays one character and then you can't counter pick that character because you don't have the money to buy the character, I mean, isn't that kind of, I mean, I'd say that's even worse. It doesn't even make sense. Overwatch 2, in order to have your account, anything is all about money. You say it's free, but technically it's not, specifically for people that never played Overwatch 1. Everything is worse for them. Or if you never played Overwatch 1, how could it possibly be worse for you if you couldn't play Overwatch 1 because you couldn't even buy it? So like, how is being able to play the game at all worse than not being able to play the game? It doesn't even make sense. The season pass forces you to farm levels until you get a hero. You can't even farm them before the battle pass launches. In League, you have the currency to instantly buy the champion when it releases. I think it's different. Well, yeah, I would concede that League of Legends is better than Overwatch, but I don't think that it's different enough for me to think that that one is so much different that Overwatch deserves this criticism and every other game that does functionally the same thing doesn't. I'm sorry, I think it's ridiculous. I do. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. The issue is people who spend money to bypass the grind in a battle pass, and League you can collect it for free. Yeah. I mean, again, that's better, but you can still spend money to get it also. It's harder to play competitively in Overwatch 2 than League. No, it's not. How is it harder to play competitively in a game that has, like, what, 40 champions versus League has like over 100? That doesn't even make sense. But I don't know. Here's the thing.
Here they come.
Okay. Change your point from not different to very similar. Not different to wait, what? Okay, this is what my perspective is. I'm going to explain it, and then we're going to move on. Because obviously, people cannot get past this. I don't think that it's a big deal that you have to buy the new heroes with the battle pass. I don't really care, because I think that other competitive games do that. The other competitive games do it in a slightly less annoying way, but it is fundamentally the same thing. And for some people that don't play the game a lot, they still spend money in order to get the characters, so the same effect is achieved. How do we know that? Because Riot makes a lot of money. So where do you think that money is coming from? It's coming from people buying a character, let's be honest. So Overwatch having the same system, I don't really think is that big of a deal. I don't really care about this that much. Skins, you think they make all their money through skins and it's not people buying new characters? You really think that's it? How do you know that? Have they said that? Take a look at the store and the prices. Riot has a whole department to make skins. You think they don't have a whole department to make characters? How can people be so stupid? I don't even know what to say. Like,
Olivia,
everybody's
welcome to my channel.
Wrong, but why am I? Where is the evidence that I'm wrong? It's a weird argument, though. I don't know. I feel like it makes a lot more sense that people are going to spend money to unlock a new character than to unlock a skin for a character that they already have. I bet they probably make a lot of money adding new characters. And also, if they didn't make any money adding the new characters, then why are they for sale? It doesn't even, like, well then why is it there? You're missing the point? No, I'm not. What point am I missing? And make people do buy skins more than champions? How do you know that? But how do we know that? How is there any... They said it? It's obvious? What do you mean it's obvious? Public info though? Then show it to me. Let me see it. Well, anyway, I don't think that the heroes in the battle pass are a big deal, okay? I think that people are completely overblowing this. I think that a lot of the criticism for Overwatch 2, at least whenever it came out, is completely fucking unfounded. I think only Blizzard could make a game free and then take away loot boxes and people would somehow manage to turn it into an ad. I think people are being completely fucking unreasonable about this. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And if any other company had done this, everybody would be happy. You guys that are saying L, the reason you're saying L is because there is no logical reason for why Overwatch 2 is actually worse other than the game balance. And yeah, you can say you like the game balance better, sure, I think that's totally fine. But to say that Overwatch 2 is a downgrade in any sort of an objective way doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I remember whenever Overwatch 1 was popular, and I saw teams full of, like, 4 tanks. Like, I watched Overwatch 1, the game looked horrible. So yeah, I do think Overwatch 2 is better. Absolutely. Defending Blizzard, and that's what it comes down to, right? Is that a lot of these people that are rating it down, this is just the truth. And I know there's going to be people that are mad. There's going to be people that are mad about this. I get it. I understand it. Everybody is pissed off about this. But guess what? I'm fucking right. Because if you think that any other developer could have taken a game and made it free to play and removed loot boxes from it, and the community wouldn't have turned it into an L, you are fucking delusional. The reason why this game is getting shit on so much is number one, and again, I think that all of my defense of this game immediately doesn't matter whenever they got rid of the PvE. Like, I ultimately agree that the game sucks and there's no reason to play it or invest into it. But the day that I made that decision,
Enter, mortal. Lives such as yours are too short to dally with hesitancy. Know that you stand in the presence of the divine, the true heir to all that surrounds you, and the only one who can stand against the imposter who claims the throne. You may not be of the Fae, yet you reap the benefits of this kingdom with every breath. Know, strange one, that these lands and their people draw their life from my own, and shall do so eternally. For none have stood against me and lived. It is my hallowed duty to rule and watch over my subjects, just as it is the duty of my subjects to serve. Now that we share this understanding, I will accept your tribute as one who serves. Ah yes, a tithe worthy of your divine master. It is the law of the Fae that I give you this in return, and by my law, foreigner, I also give you this.
What an asshole.
Welcome to my channel.
Wackos everywhere. Plague of madness. They vegetise you like a tranquilizer.
Look alive! Intruders!
I'm not safe. And what was I supposed to do? Not good. One night do anything. One night do anything.
Changed. The world has.
Oh, I should have done something. I should have done something.
Everything's shifted around us.
Outside of there! Looks like we have a troublemaker.
It's all different now.
This isn't looking good. Right?
And 7 yellow leaves excised from a long forgotten tome. 2 shiny copper teeth removed from 9 discarded combs. And 7 yellow leaves excised from a long forgotten tome. 2 shiny copper teeth removed from 9 discarded combs.
retreat, your fear is ever more piquant.
pull up.
Fucking cheat code.
Okay, this is it.
Too close.
I promise. Run, my treat. Your fear is ever more piquant.
I have an idea. I have an idea so crazy it might just work. Nice.
Take care, my friend.
Hey, you're stop by anytime. You know where to find me.
Thanks.
Anything you need? Be safe out there.
It's easy.
Run, my tree. Your fear is ever more become.
Okay.
Okay. Welcome to my channel. Retail Paksat. Welcome to my channel.
Stop making fucking noise. It's bugged. She literally spawned like 1,000 little spiders. No. fuck off! What the fuck is this nonsense sound?
Was the day that they removed the PvE. Because Overwatch 2, there's no hype for the game, there's no excitement for the game, there's no reason to keep playing the game. But to say that Blizzard actually made the game worse with Overwatch 2, I don't really think makes any sense. And as somebody who doesn't like loot boxes, I don't think that you can make it, I feel like there is never a point where a skin that is for sale, even if it's for $50, I would much rather have a game that had skins for sale for $50 each than a game that had loot boxes. And yes, you're right, you could earn them in game, and it would be nice if Overwatch 2 had that system. But I am never going to consider a game changing its monetization structure from gambling to being able to buy the thing that you want, and I'm not going to consider that an L. You're fucking delusional, and you're stupid if you think that this is a genuine L. It is a great decision. It was the actual only ethical thing I think Blizzard has ever done, and people somehow managed to turn it into something that was bad. I think people are completely out of their fucking minds by complaining about this. They have no sense of logic or reason to it. They're just angry because it's Blizzard, and if it was being done by another company, everybody would be happy about it. They took a game that cost money and they made it free. And then the people that had the game were able to port over all of their skins to the new game. They got the first battle pass, I think, for free or some fucking shit like that. And then also, the same hero structure that's in other games is also in this. I think it's ridiculous. That's completely wrong. Loot boxes were free? Well, then why were they on the store if they were free? How does that make sense to you? That's crazy. You're judging this based on principle, but reality is different than your fantasy world? Well, principle is based off of reality. There are people who would spend money. Like, listen, it's very simple. If a game has loot boxes, that's bad. Period. It's bad. Loot boxes that you can spend money on is bad. Now, if Overwatch 1 only had loot boxes that you got from leveling up, then I would think that you guys are totally right. But the fact that you can buy the loot boxes means that you're fucking wrong. Because they wouldn't have put them in the game to buy if they weren't trying to take advantage of people that could simulate a gambling addiction. Because that's what loot boxes do. You play gacha. Yeah, and I played Overwatch 1 and I played Overwatch 2. That's how I know. When I talk about the game like it's world politics, well, I don't like loot boxes. I mean, it's not mental gymnastics to be right. No, there's nothing like that. You take a game, you make it free, and then on top of that, you go and you get rid of loot boxes. I think these are both very good things. The problem is loot boxes were liked more than the current dog shit system. When free-to-play gets shafted more, people have an issue with it. Well, then they should have taken the loot boxes out of the store. I would have been happy. I think that would have been okay. But the truth is that I still think that it's better that you can buy skins on a store. I think skins are fucking stupid. I don't buy skins. I've had one skin for the entire game. I think the fixation and value proposition of them is dumb. I don't buy them really in any game unless it's like there's some sort of like a fucking stream element to it. I think people are just being stupid about this. I would rather have skins in the store for $50 than have a loot box system. That's it. I just think one is more ethical than the other fundamentally. I don't think that ever... this is... Again, this is a principle, okay?
Popiješ kafu zadnji put pre 4 sate, nemoj da piješ puno kafu.
This is a principle that I have. I would rather you could go to the store. I don't think that a person should ever buy anything in a video game and not know exactly what they're getting. So if that is ever the case, I think it is consumer unfriendly, it is manipulative, and it is harmful to the user. So if there is ever a situation that you can spend money on the game and you don't know what you're spending that money on, it is a fundamentally bad thing, and it is also fundamentally gambling. So it doesn't matter how good the gambling system was, it's still a gambling system. And anything that's better than anything else, anything is better than a gambling system. I don't care if they make the skins $500. I'm not going to buy them. It doesn't matter. So please, explain to me how I'm wrong. Loot boxes are literally less predatory than the current battle pass. How do you think that how do you think that a battle pass is predatory? You think a battle pass is predatory? FOMO? Okay, so then everything is predatory. So the thing is, okay, so everything is predatory. So then this is just a complete moot conversation. So every single thing, every single sale, every single time that a game is reduced in value, every single time that a battle pass in any game ever comes out, anytime, like, yeah, it's FOMO. Are you fucking kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. Chat trolling hard. People are just so fucking delusional. Before, you got way more skins for the same amount of money. I think that's what people cry about, but not sure. Yeah. I mean, again, I think that they should add the loot box system into Overwatch 2. I think that would be great. But I'm still not going to go and say that having a loot box system... I thought I put Dr. Pepper in here. You had currency from loot boxes to buy specific skins, and it was very easy to get legendaries. I had every skin in the game without spending everything. Okay, well, other people spent money and they were gambling on the game. Like, how is it, like, why are you not able to look past your own personal experience to see that the system is fundamentally predatory? Why are people using their own personal anecdote to try to disprove a logical fact? Like, you're trying to disprove, like, almost 100 years of psychological, like, study and development. It's a variable reinforcement Skinner box. That's what they are. Every loot box is the same way. You're using your own anecdote? No, I'm not. There's no anecdote. This is a... you really think it's an anecdote whenever... So is it gambling is addictive? Is that also an anecdote? I mean, come on. Yeah, I mean, little bros think I'll read their comments, write super long paragraphs. It's just so dumb. I've never seen a shark in the sea. That means there's no sharks in the sea. That's it. Chat's being really fucking stupid. It's okay. The thing is that a lot of people, again, people have convinced themselves that Overwatch 2 is bad, and I agree with them. I think it is bad, just not for the reasons that they think it is. And I'm not wrong about this. I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to change my language. I think all of the people that are arguing against this are just fucking stupid, and they have no point at all. And if you took any of these people and I actually brought them up and had them explain their perspective, they would immediately fall apart, just like everybody else who tries to type their caps lock, you know, fucking, oh, I've got an argument, Asmund, I've got you. And it's just some person that barely knows how to speak English. And by the way, it's not their second language either. Like, that's really what it is. So yeah, explain to me, how does this make the game better? Well, it makes the game better from an ethical perspective. And the reason why it does is because it no longer has a tool to take advantage of people who are, you know, potentially gambling addicts, or who could potentially spend more money than what they would naturally spend because they're unable to know what they're spending their money on. So yeah, I think that it's just a massive ethical upgrade, and it's a good thing, and it's very commendable that Blizzard did that. Lost a lot of credibility on this take? Alright. You're getting pulled up. Explain to me how I know. You're gonna get to represent everybody. Here we go. Let's go. Explain to me what I said that's wrong. You guys are gonna see, you're gonna see what's gonna happen. Overwatch is fundamentally a game where you switch characters. By the way, plenty of people one-trick in Overwatch. Like, I think a lot of people one-trick in Overwatch. extremely common. So it's just like, okay, not everyone. Not everybody won tricks in other games either. You see how that works? Locking the characters behind a paywall. Okay, so why is it okay that other games lock them behind a paywall? It's not behind a paywall. You can get the character for free. In the battle pass, it just requires a grind. Wait, what? Wait, so you're telling me you can get the Overwatch characters, all of the new Overwatch characters for free, just by playing the basic battle pass that you don't have to spend money from? Wait, so then it's exactly the same as League. I don't get, I don't understand, I'm not understanding this. Comparison with League doesn't work because you can build up currency and buy new champions whenever they release. Okay. So what you're saying is that League is a little bit better, but it's still the same system. So you still have to, like, that's still the same problem. It's a lot better. I don't know. I feel like it's the same. You're still putting in the time. Here, let me read this again. When the game came with updates letting you have the character for free, why would you monetize the character? To make money, obviously, right? Even when the battle passes gate and lock it behind pay, you can literally go into the practice range, like the skill shots type thing, the practice range, and you're all unlocked. The problem is they let you access competitive before grinding out all the heroes, then put your team at a disadvantage compared to someone who bought them all outright. Can you access competitive if you don't have all the League characters? Can you do that? That means the business practices has taken away the main aspect of the game. The business practices has taken away the main. You lost this one, you ever played League and compare stuff from hearsay? It's bad take. Nobody is telling me how I'm wrong. The only thing anybody is telling me is that it's not as bad, which I don't really think that's a very good argument. I don't. I really don't think that's a very good argument at all. I think they're both bad. Pull me up exactly why you're on and why Overwatch. All right. We'll go through a couple more because people are very opinionated about this. All right, go ahead, explain it, please. Please explain why Overwatch 1 players like it better. All right, here we go. Let's go. Let's have this explained. People are sick and tired for Blizzard, so people get even more mad at everything stupid the company does. Yeah, and that's what it comes down to, right? And that's what I'm saying, right? This is not a logical conclusion. This is something that is this is like just an extension of people being mad at Blizzard. It's kind of like if, you know, your significant other is already annoying you and then you get mad at them for something small, right? Or they get mad at you for something small. It wasn't really about that, but it's about everything else that led us to that. Nobody will be able to tell you're wrong because you have to have an open mind, the possibility of being wrong. Well, I mean, how do I not have an open mind? Like, I'm literally listening to people that disagree with me and I'm reading their messages. Like, how is that not having an open mind? I feel like I'm very open about this. In Overwatch 1, people get all the stuff by playing the game. Same thing you speak for in MMOs. All that stuff should be obtainable by playing and not by buying. You get 100 plus loot boxes just by playing the game in weeks. Why would that matter? Like, I don't understand. So, like, for example, okay, so, like, theoretically, if you had loot boxes in World of Warcraft and you could buy them with real money, or you could farm them out yourself, and the loot boxes have mounts in them, would that be good? I don't think this makes sense. You can really buy 50 plus of boxes in the store. Yeah. Refresh. Second, you could bypass loot box RNG system and straight up buy the skin with the coins you get by playing the game. So, okay. Let me ask you a question now. Do loot boxes simulate gambling? Well, I want to hear it from him. About sure you can't get anything for free by playing the game. All new skins are purely viable. Yeah. That's correct. Why are people defending this crumbling hill? Because they're angry at Blizzard. And so they're not thinking rationally. And that's why I have to lead them to people like, this is my duty and my responsibility. And people will hate me for it, but it is still, it is what people need, not what they want. Yes, there is a difference between gambling with real money and getting random prizes by playing the game and spending $0 on it. Do you view... Okay, that's fine. I agree with you. Obviously, playing slots is more gambling than buying loot boxes. But buying... Okay, this person, again, they said yes. Obviously, loot boxes are gambling. Okay. So, do you think that the game is more ethical? Or sorry, actually, better question. Do you think having loot boxes in video games that you can purchase with real money is ethical? And it doesn't matter, like, oh, if you can buy them and if you can get them in other games. Is it ethical to have loot boxes in a video game that you can purchase for real money? Random skins sharing with friends comes in 3 boxes, which is part of fun. Okay, so the argument is that it was fun. Yeah, I mean, I think that people make that argument for stuff all the time. I mean, that doesn't... Okay. Is it ethical to have... Alright. You asked why people defend loot boxes because you didn't need to purchase them and you could earn everything for free. But answering if it was ethical. Well, you don't need to purchase, so... But, like, can't you make that argument with any pay-to-win game, like Lost Ark? Can't you make that argument with, like, Honkai Star Rail? That, like, there's a lot of free-to-play players that have Kafka. Battle passes aren't ethical either. Battle passes are completely ethical. There's nothing wrong with them. There's nothing wrong with the battle pass. It's absolutely 100% ethical, and there's no way you can argue that. Oh no, I'll get to that. I'll get to this other stupid opinion after we dispel this one. No, it's okay, guys. You can type that. It's fine. It's okay. I'll get to you. No, it's okay. We'll get to that next. Is loot boxes ethical? I never bought loot boxes, so gambled, so no idea. I also never bought battle passes. Only full games with content farmable in-game or full single-player games like Alien or Obsidian. Well, you didn't... but that's actually, like, not really true, right? Because, like, I don't know. I think that you could make that argument for any pay-to-win game. Is that, like, if you play it free-to-play, is it not the same thing? I don't understand that. So, no, but, like, is it ethical? So no idea. So you don't know if loot boxes are ethical in video games or not? You don't even know if they're ethical or not. Because this is it's a pretty simple question, right? English third language. Sorry if something's confusing. I think it is unethical to make people obtain skins only by spending money. You could obtain skins by playing, in Overwatch 2 you can't. Okay, English my third language. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Well, no, like, that's not really what I'm asking, though. Like, what I'm asking is that, do you think that having loot boxes in video games is unethical? That you can buy with real money? It's a very simple question. Is it unethical or not? Why is this hard? I don't think this is a complicated question. Maybe I'm not explaining it well. I think that I am. Best argument's Valorant. Literally no one complains about its monetization, and its characters are locked behind a paywall and the skins are expensive. Let's see. If loot boxes are fun and give you tons of rewards for free, they're fine. If loot boxes are money, no. But so aren't battle passes. So are you telling me that battle passes are not ethical? Are you going to make that argument? And also, actually, before we get into that, let's go ahead and let's not get to that yet. So, based off of that logic, then the monetization system that Overwatch 1 had was unethical. Because if the loot boxes cost money, then no, they're not ethical. And the loot boxes cost money in Overwatch 1, right? So then that would mean that the monetization structure of Overwatch 1 was unethical. But they were also free. You can get owning crystals in Lost Ark for free by playing the game too. You can make that argument for any game. Dev shoving battle passes full of stuff you don't care about, so you pay for 20% you like only. Okay, so what about that is unethical? I don't understand. This is a base take. I am astonished that so many people can be so stupid. Everything? What's unethical about it? The person goes into it, they know what they're buying. Do you know what you're buying whenever you get a battle pass? Do you know what you're buying or not? Yes? Do you get what you pay for whenever you get the battle pass? If you play the game? Yes. Okay. If you play enough. But that is explained to you, but keep in mind, that is explained to you before you make the purchase. Is that correct? So the buyer goes into the purchase of the battle pass with full knowledge of what buying that battle pass entails. Yes, okay. So then what about that is unethical? Two different parties engage in something that's mutually understood. A transaction is made. The understanding of what the transaction will be is understood by both parties and is communicated ahead of time before the transaction is made. Nobody is being fooled. Nobody is being misled. There's no sense of false advertising. There's no gambling system. There's nothing here. There's nothing unethical about battle passes at all. This is completely unreasonable and it doesn't make any sense. Overwatch 1 and 2, why people are angry and sad isn't exactly about Battle Pass with loot box, but obtaining rewards by playing the game. Imagine all skins in WoW would be dollar shop only and only half of gear. Yeah, I don't have to imagine that. Unethical. Devs remove potential rewards that you could obtain by playing the game and then shove it into the battle pass. I never said I bought any of these though. You're talking about the fun aspect or rewards compared to Overwatch 1, purely a policy of money. Holy worst take so far. Nobody can prove this wrong. Nobody can prove this wrong. There's no logic at all. People are just making up bullshit. He just did? No. He can be right. No. He can be right that Overwatch 1 was more fun and he liked the loot boxes more. He can 100% be right about that. But you know what? It doesn't matter. New ethical battle pass feels more unethical than unethical loot boxes in Overwatch 1. Yeah, I wonder why casinos don't just sell people battle passes then. The point he's trying to make is part of the skill expression in terms of macro decision making is picking the correct comp. This is a fundamental difference in League of Legends, for example. I think that obviously you're going to play different champions based off of what the other people play, right? I think that's the same for anything. I understand that, like, listen, I want you guys, can we please remember this conversation of whenever people say Asmon doesn't, doesn't stick by his opinions? Because I think everybody that's disagreeing with me in this chat is completely fucking delusional. I think they have no logic behind what they're saying. And if you actually explore the idea of loot boxes, you know for a fact that they're obviously unethical. They're obviously manipulative. That's why, nice. I mean, there's fucking, like, scientific studies on this. It's not even a question. So, people that are saying that I'm wrong about this, please remember this whenever anybody ever fucking says that I only have the, the general opinion, right? I only say the common sense opinion. It was unethical, but more rewarding. You're right. You're absolutely right. You got smoked with real logic, then got mad, saying everyone thinks that way, just agree to disagree and move on with an adult. What real logic did I get smoked by? Give me a minute. Let's go ahead and do this. What was the logic?
Alafantin. Welcome to my channel.
Oh, hello,
Explain
Mr. Al. What's up?
We've got a new person. More gypshits trying to duel me? Yep. Always.
How was your stream going? Oh, my lord. I've seen you been playing the Fallout 4 modded. Is it like no death run still? I mean, it's a nice challenge, but Oh, surely. With boss.
Not while I'm in town.
No. 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 Disgusting. Why not? Yep. Uh-huh.
He's trying to get in there. The logic you're literally reading, I'm happy to discuss this. You'd have to refresh more often to actually see replies. Well, I'm doing that right now. So what logic did I, what logic, yeah, okay. What is the logic? I'm getting smoked by logic. I ask you what the logic is, then you say the logic you're reading. It was explained. The entire system is taking the stance of being open-minded. Casinos literally sell a form of a battle pass. The battle pass system locks content and merely forces newer players to spend money to access the content. So casinos literally sell a form of battle pass. Okay. What type of battle pass do casinos sell? Yeah, can you please explain that? Like, whenever you say that casinos sell a battle pass, what does that mean to you? Isn't this exciting? You aren't getting why the player base is upset? No, not really. Well, I am. Like, I mean, you don't see me playing Overwatch 2 anymore, do you? You know why? It's because Blizzard gave up on it. Why should I care about Overwatch if Blizzard doesn't care about Overwatch? Casinos have always sold a subscription system at the casinos. You typically earn things at casinos by spending certain amounts there. Do you think that I'm against rewards programs like Best Buy? Do you think that I consider that unethical? That's different though? How's it different? So let me explain what he's trying to say. So he's saying that casinos have what is effectively a loyalty system. There are a lot of companies that have loyalty systems. DoorDash has loyalty systems, like many companies have them. So what I'm saying here is that if a loyalty system is the same thing as a battle pass, do you think that, like, whenever I'm talking about casinos in a negative light, do you think that I'm talking about a loyalty system, or do you think that I'm talking about the slot machines? DoorDash is gambling too. Sometimes you don't get your shit. Yeah, exactly. That's actually true. I happily want loot boxes over current Overwatch 2. The current system is trash. A reward system where you have to spend money to get those rewards is literally the same as battle passes. It's the same system. No, it's not. Because with a battle pass, you know exactly what you're going to get. And whenever you buy a loot box, you don't know what you're going to get. To compare a casino loyalty program and to say that this is actually what I mean whenever I'm criticizing casinos is so completely dishonest. I'm actually amazed that I'm reading. You actually thought that the problem that I had with casinos, and you think a casino battle pass is why I think this is bad? Every single company has a loyalty program. Are all of those like battle passes? I don't know. Like, well, not really, because, well, yeah, you do spend money to get on all of them. So yeah, I guess they kind of are. They're all predatory. No, they're not. If you think everything like that is predatory, then you should just be against advertising in general. Advertising is clearly, it's designed to make you buy something that you weren't naturally going to buy. Therefore preying on some type of emotion, some type of, they either make an appeal to safety, they make an appeal to authority, you know, your dad bought this. They make an appeal to, you know, like a sex appeal, like, oh, look at this hot girl drinking a Coca-Cola. All advertising fundamentally predatory because it's built off of the nature of getting a person to do something that they would not otherwise do by using tools and resources that are oftentimes, I would say 90% of the times, not actually related to the value of the product. Why are there polar bears drinking Coke? Well, it's because it looks cute. And you don't with loot boxes. You know what content is in the game and what you have a chance of getting. So you know what you have a chance of getting, and that's the same thing as knowing what you are getting. So now gambling isn't, it's no longer gambling, because if you gamble, there's a chance that you could win $1 million. And because you know that you could win $1 million, that means that it's not gambling. I am just... I never said why you that's why you think it's bad. I'm explaining why I think it's bad. I don't speak for you. You clearly did. Whenever you said that the logic, I got smoked by real logic, then you explain what the real logic is. And the real logic is actually your opinion on loot boxes in Overwatch 1 and the fact that you found them more personally enjoyable than Overwatch 2. So there actually wasn't ever any logic to it to begin with. This was your personal opinion of the situation, and it had absolutely nothing to do with the actual system. And then whenever you explain what you really think, it's just as stupid as everybody expected it to be. How sad. I don't know what to say. Dialogue didn't answer a pity though. Why Overwatch 1 boxes were unethical if they gave you currency which you could pick any exact skin that you didn't want to get for free. Unethical. Okay, so the reason why I didn't explain that, okay. So let's say you buy a lottery ticket. Most of the time, actually there are lottery tickets. Like theoretically, if you bought a lottery ticket and you always won at least a penny, right? So let's say you always win a penny. Would the lottery somehow become ethical? Because if the lottery, if the only thing that determines whether something is ethical or not is whether there's a return or not, so you would have to argue that anything that gives you a return would fundamentally be ethical. Because what you're saying is that because there's a currency that you can convert to, then it is still ethical because you can work towards it in an aggregate, which is partially true, and I would say it's better than not. Like, it's the system is definitely better than before. But it is still fundamentally gambling. Like, because you are buying something and you don't know what you're buying. Being unethical is not the point. I think it is. So the reason why it's the point for me is because I was making the argument that I think that Overwatch 2 is an improvement because it's more ethical. And I said that if any other company had done this, I think that it would be viewed much more positively. I also categorically dislike loot boxes and gambling mechanics in video games. I play a lot of games with gambling mechanics. I did yesterday even. So it's not like I don't play them at all, but I recognize that they're bad. Like whenever I drink a soda, I know I'm not drinking water, but I'm not going to go and tell you that it's healthy either. It was like a Happy Meal with a random toy, but then you can also pick the toy you want with all the coins. Yeah. For sure. But like, this is why Overwatch 1 is different than the average loot boxes you're talking about, and we all know about now. We all know nowadays. So, you didn't need to buy anything. You could get hundreds of loot boxes by playing the game that you bought, only the game. You didn't need to buy anything. Yes, you did. You had to buy the game. So you bought the game. I have no problem. Listen. I have literally no problem at all with a game having RNG mechanics. The problem that I have is whenever a game's RNG mechanics can be advanced with money. It's that simple. Like, for example, a mount drop is fine. A loot box that you can get a mount out of is not fine. It's that simple. Why can't you buy a battle pass after it's expired? Why are the cool things locked at the end? It preys on artificial scarcity. It's unethical because Blizzard artificially makes it hard to obtain what you want from a pile of shit. So you think that battle passes are unethical because they go away? I think that that's... Like, I don't really think so. So personally, what I consider something to be unethical, this is how I determine whether something is unethical, right? Is whether both parties who agree to do something are in full understanding of what they are agreeing to do and what that money will return. So for example, if you buy something from a store, you know what you're buying, right? You're buying a banana, you're buying like a shirt or something like that. So you know, like, this is a tangible product, you know exactly what you're going to get, you spend the money, you get the item. I think that if at any point in purchase you don't know what you're buying, you are entering into grounds of unethical behavior. Now, is this the case every single time? Probably not, but I think usually it is. So, for example, with a battle pass, the individual and the user knows, they know what they're buying, they know how they can get it, and they know how long it's going to last. So they have all tools and all resources to make a completely informed decision before they make the purchase. And none of those tools and resources are obscured from them, hidden from them, or are using any form of psychological manipulation. Of course, you could say FOMO, but you could say FOMO with any sale for any game. I feel like if you, like, a Skinner box is very different than FOMO. I think FOMO is just, it's such a ridiculous thing to say is psychological manipulation. Completely disagree that there's no obscuring. Really? So they don't tell you in the Battle Pass ends? Did they tell you in the Battle Pass ends? Yeah. Okay. Do you expect the average gamer to understand that? No, I don't. Many players are mad because the monetization of Overwatch 1 was more at their advantage long-term and Overwatch 2 is not. Also, any loot box system without pity is trash gamba. I think any loot box system, period, is trash gamba. I'll read a couple more of this, and then we're going to move on. If Overwatch 1 gave you 10 free loot boxes instead of thousands, it'd be another deal, but it gave you enough loot boxes, you get all the skins for free. True, that's why they need to advance with money. Overwatch 1, there was no need to spend money on boxes. Well, if there's no need to spend money on boxes, then why would they put boxes on the store? Overwatch 1 was famous for it being one of the most generous and fun games in regards to a skin system. That's why they killed it for being too good for players, bad money for the company. First of all, games are fun and rewarding, not ethical. You call a policy ethical if you get 0 rewards by playing it. Can you call it unethical if it has loot boxes? Can you call a policy ethical if you get 0 rewards by playing it? Let me read the second part. Can you call it unethical if it has loot boxes but don't need them since everything else is free? Yes, I think you can. I think that if they exist and if they are present, it is unethical. Yes. Absolutely. It is fundamentally unethical. And if it was not designed in a way to prey on people with gambling addictions, it wouldn't be on the store. I think that you would be completely right if the loot boxes were not purchasable. But the fact that the loot boxes are purchasable means that they are designed and they are made in a way to take advantage of people with gambling addictions. Do you think people should like it just because it's more ethical, even though it's less fun? I don't... Guys, it's not about whether people like it or not. I don't care. People can like whatever they want. People like Uber Lewis as a boss. I mean, people can like whatever they want to like. That's completely fine. But this is just my opinion. This is why I think that the argument is unfounded. And I personally think that a game being less fun but more ethical is better. I do. I think it's better. I think if all games did not have loot boxes, and all games like Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, etc., I think that if you could just buy Kafka on the store for $100, I would consider that, and you couldn't spend money to get extra spends, I would consider that infinitely more ethical, and I would think that was much better for gamers. It's much less manipulative. And this is, again, it is a principle that I have. And people keep using anecdotes to, like, disprove the principle. Like, oh, well, I like this, it's a lot of fun. Okay, good for you. I don't. Just because like, there are people that, for example, like, people love going to casinos. Does that mean casinos are ethical because they like doing them? No. The argument's not unfounded. You're wrong here. Let me prove it to you. I've had enough people trying to duel me today, okay? We could go back and forth about this. I think that I've made my point extremely clear. And you know what the worst part about this whole thing is that I actually agree with the overall premise. But I just think people are being stupid in this way. I'm being unnecessarily argumentative because I think people are getting into a hive mind of something that doesn't make logical sense. I think that people's concerns about the heroes and the battle passes and the currency and removing loot boxes, I think these opinions are completely unfounded, they're fucking delusional, and they're stupid. And I think that any game that removes loot boxes is fundamentally better than any game that has loot boxes, just on an absolute baseline. Take out fun. People love to gamble on casinos. It doesn't matter. I am not a fan of gambling. I don't think that it should be in any video game. Many games that are advertised even to children have gambling in them. They are a gateway to gambling as an adult. They are harmful. And there's no reason for them to be in video games. So that's what I think. So categorically, any game that has loot boxes is a bad game because of that. Do I still play them in a lot of cases? Yes. But I play them acknowledging that they are bad because of their existence of loot boxes. So I think that Overwatch 2 is an upgrade in that way. People might disagree with that, but that is my opinion. And it's not going to change just because somebody gives me their personal anecdote of how they liked Overwatch 1 more than Overwatch 2. It's not going to matter. You're factually wrong. No, I'm completely right. And nobody can, like, again, you guys have spent 2 hours now trying to, like, refute me, and it didn't work. So, again. People just pissed because they think it's fine. Yeah, I get it. It's amazing to me that you need to explain this. You're right on this, but the current reward system is not fun. That's just you being stubborn. Well, I'm not being stubborn. See, every single person in chat can disagree with me, and if I think I'm right, I'm not going to change my opinion, because truth isn't a democracy. So just because everybody else is stupid doesn't mean that I also have to be stupid. So it doesn't matter to me if every single other person in the world disagrees with me. Because I know time will prove me to be right. Just like it has with all the other things. And I am completely confident in that. And nobody is going to make me feel unconfident. Nobody is going to make me feel like apologize for saying this or anything like that. Because I know that I'm right, and time will prove me right, just like it always has. And I'm not sorry. I think it's completely ridiculous. And you know what else I think? I think Overwatch 2 is a fucking joke. I do. I think it's a complete fucking joke. Close-minded, you dodge everything. I'm not close-minded. Whenever people present an argument that's insufficient, I don't agree with it. I've changed my mind about plenty of things in the past. I just don't change my mind over something that I don't think is logical. That's it. Just because you disagree with me doesn't mean you're entitled to have me agree with you. Zach, I'm kidding. I just wanted your attention. Big fan, and I agree with your takes as an IP lawyer myself. Well, you might attract the attention of some 19-year-old catboy gamers who are going to tell you bad take because they like loot boxes. So, yeah, be careful, man. Be careful. So here's why Overwatch 2 is actually a fucking joke. And why Blizzard should be ashamed of themselves, okay? It has nothing to do with the loot boxes. It's got nothing to do with the skins. And it's got nothing to do with the price of the game. And it has everything to do with the fact that the reason why they sold people Overwatch 2, and I think this is unethical, I think it is at least questionably unethical, is that they sold packages for Overwatch 2 that had skins in them, and people bought them, and they spent money on the game with the promise that the PvE, you know, the entire game that Overwatch 2 was supposed to be, was going to be in the game. So imagine it's like you're buying a house. So let's say somebody's gonna build an island, okay? Like, it just theoretically, like they're gonna build an island. I think Dubai tried this, it didn't work. They go and they build an island, and you buy a house on the island. And you know what? You think, man, I can't wait to have this house. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be super nice. And it's going to be really fun to be in this house in this special island. And then the person who's going to build the island just says, guys, look, building islands is hard. And we thought about this a lot. And we just decided that we're not going to do it. So, that's basically what I think they did. I think that a lot of people bought skins, and they bought battle passes, and they bought different types of heroes in Overwatch 2 on the hope and the promise that PvE was going to come into the game, and Overwatch was going to have a renaissance and a reinvigoration of its development. Because that was the promise that people were given for years. And that, I think, could be a little bit unethical. Also, I think that a lot of the systems in the game are fucking garbage. Like, for example, Roadhogs, his hooks suck now. They used to be really good. You could hook somebody and do some fucking geometry shit and get them immediately. Now you can never do that. Whenever you start getting attacked or healed, it puts a yellow thing around your character screen and you can't get rid of it. There are so many light effects in the game. Somebody said it gave them a seizure by playing it. Why are you not able to turn these off? These are UI effects that occur in the game that you're no longer, you're not able to turn off because they make it harder to see. I don't understand why this is. It's just pointless, unnecessary friction, stress, difficulty, and it's unfun and chaotic in a way that's not enjoyable. And also, another big problem with Overwatch is the fact that the entire game is built off of the same fucking paradigm. 5v5, and that's it. They add the push point, and that's kind of nice, I guess. But at the end of the day, I just don't think it's enough. Presumer, it's sensory saturation. Yeah, well, for anybody who's not on fucking, you know, like 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams of Adderall, I'm gonna say it's a little bit different. Works for CS? No? Oh yeah, I think it does work for CS, because CS has been around for 20 years. It's been balanced the exact same. It's got a consistent audience, and everybody either likes it or they don't. That's the difference. With Overwatch, it's being changed all the time. This is what I pick a fight with everyone. It got harder because they think you're being smug about it. Oh, about being smug? Of course I'm smug about it, because I know I'm right. And everybody always hates a person like me. And I understand that. I get it. I know everybody hates a person who can be confidently wrong. But you know what? I'm not confidently wrong. I'm confidently right. And again, I'm not sorry, and I'm not going to change what I think. Unless somebody provides me with evidence that that disproves my thinking, which hasn't happened. So, anyway, Overwatch 2 died the day that they said they weren't going to do PvE. Anybody who is still playing this game, I feel sorry for them. Blizzard, as a whole, I think, I personally think that they don't really know what the fuck they're doing. And the reason why I think that is because Overwatch is in the shitter. Diablo 4 is a joke whenever you compare it to how is it that campaign bosses in Lost Ark are more well-designed than Uber Lilith. It's pathetic. Game spends 9 years in development, and after all of that time, you fight the Tomb Lord? It's pathetic. Like, it's... I don't even know what to say. I cannot even believe that it happened. I still want to finish the game so I can quit it a winner, but goddamn, I think I'm going to quit it a loser if I beat it. Is still hypes up BlizzCon's announcement for the future of WoW? Yeah. And so, World of Warcraft recently nerfed their last most difficult fight, Sarkarath on Mythic, by changing the color of some of the effects. And so this is the way that Blizzard designs games. And you know why? It's because every good designer works at a company that doesn't have a reputation for stealing breast milk. Because nobody wants to work at a company like that. That's just the truth. The reputation that Blizzard used to have, well, they used to have it. Why would somebody who is a top of their class, like, genius fucking designer want to go and work at Blizzard whenever they could work at Riot? They could work, you know what? They could work at another soul-sucking, soul-crushing company. They could go work at MiHoYo. They could go work at Pragmatic, making casino games. They could go work at Ubisoft. That, well, actually, yeah, they had the same problem. Bad example there. You know, anywhere else, basically. Amazon, right? Because at Blizzard, not only do you get shit on publicly, but on top of that, it seems like the company's run by a bunch of clowns. So yeah, MiHoYo is actually a very good place. Yeah, but they still make pay-to-win games, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? Is that, like, I think for a lot of people, the value proposition of working for Blizzard, oh, and then you get paid less money, little bonus there. But yeah, everybody is downvoting Overwatch. People don't like it. Stepping into microtransactions, yeah, again. I think that the reason why I would not recommend... I think you should try Overwatch if you haven't. Maybe you'll like it. I have friends that play it a lot. I have actually a friend, Jeff, is in the top 500 in Overwatch. And so I get it. I know people really like the game. However, I'm going to be honest. I think that they kind of killed the game by saying that they weren't going to do PvE. Like, any excitement, and I actually really did like the world of Overwatch, but any excitement that I had immediately, like, went down the drain whenever they did that. Gameplay-wise, it's fun. It's very fun to play for 10 hours a day for a week and then never play again. That's the best way for you to play Overwatch. Or at least that's the way that I played Overwatch. So, yeah. The only good thing about Overwatch is the porn. Yes. Contrary to what DeviantArt would lead you to believe, Tracer is actually a lesbian. I know people actually thought the opposite. Turns out that it's not true if you read the lore. But obviously that doesn't really matter, right? We're still
welcome to my channel.
But yeah. Anyway, true lesbian? Yeah, sure. Why not? I'm sure there's plenty of that. And anyway, so yeah, it's an indie company, guys. Give them a break. Please add sex. Oh, there we go. Okay, so anyway, guys, now we have, whenever I first opened up this thing, we started this conversation, it was 25,000 reviews. Now it is 27,000 reviews. So Overwatch's, you know, their, what do you want to call it? Like their release on Steam has not gone well. Let's just say that. It has not gone well. Oh, it's at 30K now? Well, there you go. So, sex with a Doomfist would be so cool. Bring me back to 2019 when this game was actually fun. Yep. This is a positive one. Let's read this one. Who is Winton Overwatch? For the blind, he is the light. For the hungry, he is bread. For the sick, he is the cure. For the sad, he is joy. For the poor, he is the treasure. For the debtor, he is forgiveness. So, I don't really know what that has to do with Overwatch, but this guy thought he'd give it a positive review and a thumbs up in the game. So that's nice, right? Yeah, there you go. That's a dev? Yeah, exactly. And anyway, people are not happy about this at all. They're very upset about Overwatch, and I don't really see why they wouldn't be. I think, again, Overwatch sold skins on a lie. I think that they did. I think that a lot of people, like, if Blizzard, I'll tell you this. Do you think, here's a very good way to say it, do you think that people would have bought skins? Do you think that more people or less people would have bought skins if they announced the day that Overwatch 2 came out that there wasn't going to be any PvE? If people knew that from the beginning, would there be more people buying skins or less people buying skins? Less. So this is another instance of people buying something on a promise that wasn't true. So this goes back to, again, what I was saying about both parties entering into an agreement where everybody has full knowledge of what's happening, but then one party doesn't have it, so it becomes unethical, right? So it's kind of crazy how it just is completely fucking consistent. So, yes, I'm not surprised about this. It's very sad, but yes, there we go. Like making purchase on Wish? I don't know. Check the Steam chart for Overwatch 2 right now? Sure, let's check the Steam chart. Let's see how many people are playing Overwatch 2. That's a lot. 50,000 people. That's about 50,000 more than I had expected. And it's still going up. It's only on Steam, too. Wow. Wow. Because there's a new update? Yeah, let's see what happens in a couple of days.
Your bones betrayed. Hello.
Wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
For the last 15 years, the young noble Aaron Ferreira has done nothing but sleep his depression away. That is, until one day, a recurring dream of a swordsman diligently practicing inspired him to get out of his depressive state. With renewed vigor from his dream, Aaron takes up
Tokyo, a city teeming with 37 million lives, each with a story to tell. Beneath the surface, there's a chapter veiled in mystery, waiting to be told. When you think of Japan, what comes to mind? Today, we will dive into an intriguing trend among Japanese women, a trend that might take you by surprise. Japan is one of the most unique countries on Earth. The people are often praised for their politeness, respect, and work ethics. Or looking at it another way, if you and I decided to meet at any city in Japan and take a walk, we would find that the city is clean and tidy. We would find public transport running on time, and we would find some of the most advanced technology the world has ever seen. But despite the benefits, it's essential to address the cultural difference. One important distinction is that many countries, especially Japan, see the world very differently from the Western world. Take, for example, the way you look. Now, of course, I don't have a clue what you really look like, but let's suppose you are very slim and have pale skin. In many places, locals often find people with larger build and darker skin more attractive. But in a different nation, these same traits are not the most popular. For example, in some Asian countries such as Japan, too much muscle or too many tattoos can be seen as scary by some locals. I joke around sometimes and say, you're not unattractive, you are just in the wrong country. But funny enough, there may be some truth in that. And this example goes to show the importance of how people see the world very differently. In recent years, the Japanese have had a big fight on their hands. The modern society in Japan is changing, and it's changing quickly. Year after year, the birth rate in Japan continues to decline. The statistics show that the current birth rate is 7.13 births per 1,000 people. In perspective, the current birth rate in Rwanda is 29,170 births per 1,000 people. In addition to this, the aging population continues to grow. Sections of the economy continue to shrink.
Ma neću ništa, joooo.
What else? Oh yes, and there are many labor market challenges. With these changing times, it's no surprise why some have given up the quest and chased women.
Uzeo sam jogurt I onaj musli, šta je problem? Pa šta je problem? Šta sad radiš?
In the simplest definition, herbivore men is a term used in Japan to describe young men who express little interest in getting married or being in any kind of
Ja kažem da neću, ona viče, ali nešto oduzmeš. Ne radi ma nistim talasnim dužinom.
Which means a person who is totally withdrawn from society and seeking extreme degrees of social isolation. Both terms impact modern dating and society in Japan. So now we have explored some of the basics. Here is a question for you to think about. Is sex different for men and women? Okay, I know this sounds a bit strange to ask, but there is a good reason why I inquire. The reason is that during this research, I found one thing to be clear, and that is the services as well as the hidden emotions behind it are often very different to that of men. Introducing the Weeping Boy experience. For around $60 an hour, a handsome Japanese man will sit with his customer and cry. This can be done by watching a movie or just sitting in the room and crying. This may seem a strange service, but some are making some serious cash. After reading several stories on the subject, I came across a Japanese article that was interviewing a Japanese weeping boy. He states that many of his customers were career women around 40 years old and were stressed from their job. So he would go around there and cry with them for an hour. Sounds like a pretty interesting gig, right? He refused to mention if there was any physical intimacy after the crying experience. But I can't imagine you would have anything naughty on your mind after crying Or though they do say that after crying you feel a sense of emotional release. So maybe it's the best time. Who knows?
A warm greeting in Tokyo. Nodoka is meeting a man twice her age. But they are not friends, nor is it a date. Takanobu Nishimoto is a man for rent, and it's all above board.
The next popular service is the Sheep Boy experience. The Sheep Boy experience is normally around $120 an hour. The man will cook, cuddle, and sleep next to his customer. Think of this like a partner without the hassle. There are short-term packages as well as overnight packages which include added extras, if you know what I mean, wink wink, and can cost over $1,000 for a night.
Nice, good choice, good choice, good choice.
I heard him say like they both like each other, but they don't know that they like each other.
あ、先輩お疲れ様です。
お疲れ。
お疲れ様です。先輩何してるんですか？
まだ。
The next experience is the Japanese Boys Love Cafe. This is where things get a little more, let's say, unique. But picture a cafe with the theme of a school. Now you as a customer would go in and you would have the role of a student. The concept is that the workers take the role of other students who are in love with each other. There is no intimacy per se, but a lot of suggestive interactions are going on, such as both workers having a little nibble of a cookie or something similar. Most of the customers are women and find this very attractive. Are you still with me? Okay, good. Moving on to the host clubs. These are by far the most talked about entertainment for women who are looking for a good time. Host clubs are men who cater to the needs of Japanese women. Normally, this revolves around talking to the customer, pouring drinks, and having a good time. Legally, workers and customers are not allowed to conduct sexual activity in the establishment. However, swapping contact details and going to a nearby Love hotel can happen. There are even foreigners who try their hand at working at a host club. It must be said that in general, Japan is not the most foreign-friendly country. Some host bars won't allow foreigners to enter and most definitely won't allow foreigners to work in the bar. But there are some that do. As you can imagine, it's sadly not all sunshine and roses. The hosts often must drink every day, which can soon take a toll. Some hosts have reported forcing themselves to be sick in order to avoid damage from the booze. Nevertheless, the demand is high. An interviewer spoke to one of the highest paid Japanese hosts who made over $200,000 a night. You may be wondering why this happens and why it's so popular in certain parts of Japan. From watching plenty of interviews, hosts often say that their job is to be more masculine than the average man. But remember, life in Japan is very different, and so masculinity is interpreted differently, and not how we often see it in the Western world. So does this mean that all the women of Japan are nymphomaniacs? Not quite. The reason why some women pay crazy amounts of money for these services is that their desire is much deeper than pure physical intimacy. Naturally, there are those women who desire the connection on a deeper level, while others prefer the more straightforward services.
外行き経験、中行き経験、仕置き経験、農行き経験、この4つの中で、そのなんか経験したことありますか？
外行き、イエス。中行きもイエス。仕置きはノー。農行きはイエス。
To be honest, I can see why some of these services are popular. Let's take Tomoka. She's a Japanese woman living and working in Tokyo. She is single, career-driven, but finds she needs an emotional release from life. So, she uses services like this to help her through. Women in Japan often face their own dating challenges, and so services like this become an attractive option. I know this may sound surprising, but I truly believe that Japan is ahead of its time and essentially leading the rest of the world. I'm not making a value judgment here. Whether this is good or bad is subjective. but I foresee such services becoming more prevalent globally in the future. Although these services may seem unusual to some, the dating scene is undoubtedly changing. In the Western world, the average man and woman are subjected to immense pressure. The system we're in compels us to prioritize aspects of life that, in the grand scheme of things, aren't critically important. We're obliged to place money, career, and business at the forefront to ensure our survival, while other important emotional needs are put on the back burner. But if your passions lie in business, money, or work, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Nonetheless, a lack of balance often leads to emotional voids. So, with this thought in mind, I believe that services like these, which offer a novel form of connection and intimacy, will become much more common in the future as many people struggle to find balance. But what do you think about all of this? Oh, and by the way, check out this video we published recently. I think you will be surprised what we found out. But nevertheless, thank you so much for sticking around till the end. Stay strong, and I'll speak to you in the next one.
Baldur's Gate 3 is taking the internet by storm. At its peak, a whopping 800,000 plus concurrent players were playing this weekend, catapulting it to the #8 most played of all time spot. The gaming community has sung its praises, and it's incredibly refreshing to play a feature-complete game of this caliber.
Isn't it so weird to hear that word? Like, every time that I hear feature complete, it's like unlocking a core memory that is from like 2001.
On day one. But AAA game developers want you to know
it's like
that this is
a forgotten time.
rockstar level nonsense for scope, that it's foolhardy to set expectations higher, and Baldur's Gate 3 should not be used as a raised standard to RPGs going forward. Why was the first response to defend the current state of AAA gaming as opposed to saying...
Because they're working in AAA gaming, and they are making the shit games that people don't like. So whenever somebody makes a shit game, or sorry, makes a game that people do like, they get defensive because whenever you compare it to their game looks bad. That's why. It's pretty simple, really.
Hey, maybe we can learn a thing or two from Baldur's Gate 3 and make our game better for our customers.
That's not the goal. It's not the goal is to make the game better for the customers, to make the game better for the shareholder. Now, sometimes those goals a line, for sure. But let's not forget that there's a 1 and a 2. And gamers are the 2.
It's all kicked off way back on July 8th, a lifetime ago by internet standards, I
Yeah.
know, when a writer and BAFTA nominee, Xavier Nelson, took to Twitter to express...
By the way, this guy, I feel like a lot of what he said wasn't entirely wrong, and it was mainly a criticism of the way that AAA gaming is not willing to take risks on things. Like, I actually think that almost everything this dude said, like, I went through every tweet, every video he did. He was right. It's just that it was expressed in a way, especially whenever it's expressed without context, and given the context of, like, everything else he said, people can pick out that line and be like, you know, like, what the fuck? I actually agree with some stuff he said. Yeah, he was right with a lot of stuff.
Concerns about Baldur's Gate 3, namely that fans would use Baldur's Gate 3 to apply criticism or a raised standard to RPGs going forward. My rebuttal is, why shouldn't customers have raised standards? Taking it a step further.
Well, because if they have raised standards, then it will become more difficult for you to give them video games that are bad, that take less effort and cost
Okay,
more
I
money.
have to stop here and go
So,
to
like,
work.
for example, like, let's say
So, you know,
McDonald's.
I
Let's
guess
say
maybe I'll
Burger
play
King.
tomorrow.
I don't really like
depending
McDonald's
on like a
hamburgers
work
that much, but
schedule.
I
but,
love Burger King.
you know,
I think Burger King's amazing.